Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born. Sure ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'm a big gun, just watch me escape.
It is League Night here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and tonight we have a double feature of feature leagues. In addition to the Virtual Diplomacy League, we are also covering the Nexus Press League and the 7 Years War, picking two feature games from each feature league. Buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be a fun ride tonight. It's time for League Night. And to help get this show started, I would like to bring into the virtual booth with me Mr. David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey there, Brian Preble. League Night. We're ready.
It's here. And also joining us in the studio, we have Michalis Kamaridis, the Iron Man, who has been on back-to-back-to-back broadcasts. Michalis, welcome, and thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, we got a little bit of lag there, Michalis. Hopefully that'll sort out. I'm going to go ahead and remove you just for a second while we...
He may be the reigning champion. He's not the reigning champion of the internet, apparently. So we'll see if the internet gets him back.
Internet strikes back, yes. All right. Well, while we are waiting to see if Michalis is able to join us, David, would you mind kind of introducing some of the upcoming tournaments? We've had a lot of tournament activity lately. DBN has just been cranking out videos. We're really grateful. Looks like Michalis is back. Michalis, welcome. So, David, if you could tell us what's left. What do we have upcoming for the rest of the year?
We have really been inundated with face-to-face tournaments in the last couple of months. I think we all have seen that and know that and so forth. In terms of what's left for the rest of the year, I'd say really the biggest thing that's left for the rest of the calendar year in terms of face-to-face is the French National Championship, which is coming up. I'm going to give you the exact dates here. What happened to my screen? Shoot, here it is. All right, it's November 22nd through 24th in Paris, and that is the sort of the culmination of the French face-to-face scene. So, and that national championship has been taking place in Paris for many, many years. I actually did an article about this in Diplomacy World, maybe the last issue. But there's also some other face-to-face action coming up in the UK that I wanted to mention. There is a club, and maybe Michalis already knows this and can talk about it some more, but there's a club game coming up in Warrington on November the 30th. There is a game, I think, in London, perhaps next weekend on the 16th. And SpireCon, which had a face-to-face event about 2 or 3 years ago in the UK, has announced that they're having another diplomacy event, February 7th through 9th. And that first weekend in February is also when you can go to Cascadia in Vancouver or near Vancouver in British Columbia for the long-running tournament run by Chris Brand. So those are the face-to-face opportunities coming up that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and also, of course, we've got the World DipCon coming up in San Francisco in April. So definitely hope to see many of you there if you're unable to catch one of us at one of those other events. Michalis, I think we may have something on the virtual front as well. Do you know if we have dates yet for the Virtual Diplomacy Championship by any chance?
I do believe, Johnny, Dylan is to be running it on the weekend of January the 10th, the softball weekend.
Okay. And you're breaking up there again a little bit, but it sounds like January 10th is what I heard. If that's not correct, somebody just put that into chat. We're going to call somebody, give you a break again. Sorry. Oh, and then I'm going to welcome to the stage Ben Kelman. Ben, welcome.
Hey, Brian. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, glad you're able to join us. So, Ben, we've got a lot of leagues that we're covering tonight. You can that's one of the best ways to get involved if you are new to the hobby or a longtime player. Either way, leagues are just a fantastic way to play this game. What I love about it is it adds a dynamic to each game that's a little bit bigger than the board. So it adds some complexity in your negotiations. And it's really interesting how some people are very much, they view the event as the league is the game. And every board is just like a step along the way. And so they will make moves on a board that may not make sense in the context of that game, but do make sense in the broader league. And you get other people who couldn't care less. Like it's I'm playing the game, I'm gonna do the best I can, and figuring out who those players are. And sometimes those players may even be the same people on different days depending on how they're feeling. Just kind of sussing that out adds a whole new depth of to the negotiations, helps add some dynamism into the game, and continues to create just exponentially big scenarios that could exist depending on the matchups of those players. So yeah, I'm really excited to cover these league games. We've got Nexus Press League, which goes every 2 weeks. They start a new wave. It is extended deadline press. That is how I began playing competitive diplomacy. I think that's the case for many players. It's very difficult to get 7 face-to-face. I think once you've had a little bite of that, you find 7 players who are equally passionate about this game face-to-face. It's really hard to go back, if you will. But the accessibility that playing extended deadline has is fantastic. And one of the things I love about it is it gives you time to process and think about those orders. You can sandbox things, and you can create decisions and strategic situations that you just wouldn't have time to come up with if you're playing face-to-face due to the short time limits. So really, really good to see those extended deadline, and I'm really grateful we've got a league to cover. We are also covering almost the opposite end of that spectrum tonight. Hey, buddy.
Hey, we needed some help. I'm glad we got some help. That's awesome.
My son Kingsley.
Kingsley.
Hi.
Kingsley, hey, how you doing?
So in addition to that, you can go see Katie. This is good that we finalized our adoption. That's legal now. So
yes, that's right.
So in addition to that, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we've got 7 Years War. 7 Years War is using a C Diplo-ish kind of structure, and it's going to use very short 1907 time frame, and it's played virtually. It's a virtual league, and we're going to see anytime we get the different languages together, you tend to get a unique meta. And so one of the things I really have enjoyed about watching 7 Years War this year is you've got English language, but it's also got a German language component. It's got a French language component. And Nicholas, is there a Dutch language also?
There's a Dutch, and I do believe recently there's been a Scandinavian and possibly a Russian as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. So anytime that happens, you find communities that maybe because it's a smaller hobby or a different hobby, they tend to have their own perspectives on what is and is not appropriate. You'll find that with clubs who play with each other often as well. And anytime we get to analyze that, it kind of forces you to look at things differently. And I think it's always healthy for us to challenge the status quo, look at things from a different perspective, ask ourselves, just because it's always done that way, is that the best way? And some of the most exciting developments in this game have come out of those more niche hobbies that have just completely revolutionized some of our gameplay. We'll talk about that later. But all that to say, all that rambling, we've got some really, really great games to cover tonight. I'm really excited, and I'm grateful that David, Ben, McCullis, y'all are all here to help us cover those games. I am also really grateful for everybody who is watching this show. Thank you for watching. It really means a lot. Helps keep all of us motivated to do these broadcasts, and helps us with one of our goals, which is to share this game that we love so much with a wider audience, with a wider hobby. If you don't mind, if you could take a minute, like the video, put in something in the comments, subscribe to the channel. All of those things do help the algorithm promote this to players that maybe aren't as familiar with the game of diplomacy. And this might be a way that they either can learn about the game itself, or they can find more about getting connected into a more competitive hobby, learn how to take it a little more seriously rather than just a casual game. So all of that really does help. We've had several very active and successful members in this hobby find it through this channel or other similar channels like it. So this is not just a hypothetical, it's a real thing. And David, I think we've got a comment from Kevin I wanted to highlight. So,
Yeah, the World DipCon link. There is a website through the NADF website, or for the tournament. First weekend in April, Adam Silverman running it, San Francisco. It's going to be an outstanding event. Lots of people already signed up. We've got a panel discussion that I'm going to moderate before round one that Friday. It's just going to be, and we're going to have a hobby meeting that Saturday. It's just going to be awesome. So I hope everyone who possibly can make it to the World Diplomacy Championships in April in San Francisco.
All right. Well, with all that preamble,
I will also be there.
yeah.
Wait, Ben, you're coming?
I'm coming.
I may have a conflict though.
All right. Well, with all that preamble, we've got a lot of games to cover tonight. So I will first thank those of you in Dip Chat. We've got a really good turnout already on stream. For those of you who are able to join us, that's always one of the highlights of the show. Talk a little smack, support each other, tell us all what we missed, and give us a little insight if you're one of the players, without spoilers, of course. But yeah, Dip Chat's one of my favorite parts. Glad that you're here and part of it. And let's go ahead and bring up our first game. I believe I am going to give Ben or David, you get the first break. So McCullis and Ben, here we go with VDL game 206. And McCullis, I will have you as the primary. Ben, you can do color, and we'll go from there. We'll just alternate like we typically do.
All right, so VDL 206. In Austria, we have Cora, who is unfamiliar to me, but does have a DB&I rank, so must have played before. In England, we have Jordan Connors, who is overly familiar to most people who've played Extended Deadline and terrifies most people who play games with them. In France, we have Christopher Ward, who's good to see him playing again. In Germany, we have David, an unknown David, but a David nonetheless. In Italy, we have Jamal Blakali, who may have won a thing or two lately. In Russia, we have Jason Gray, and in Turkey, we have Darcy Morris. So 3 Australians in the East. Interesting to see how that one plays out. 4 Australians in the East, going by Jamal's comment about Cora. All right, spring of 1901. We see England with a pretty standard opening. North and Norwegian, goes to Yorkshire, nothing too anti-Russian. France, again, pretty standard. But David in Germany, not standard. The moves jumping off to you there with an opening to Holland, which is something you don't see a lot nowadays, and an opening to Tyrolia, which is something you don't see a lot ever. Usually this is designed to bounce Italy out, but in this case that hasn't happened. So we'll see whether they actually wanted to get into Tyrolia come full. The East is a lot more normal. Russia opens north. Romania is taken with the fleet, but Darcy brings the other fleet out. And given that this is a bunch of Australians, we know that that fleet, Romania, isn't necessarily pro-Austrian.
Yeah, I will say there is a reputation that's been developing in the Australian hobby about Western triples becoming a little more common than in some other metas, kind of what we were talking about at the top of the show. I would say, though, based on this, Ben, would you say it moved to Kiel to Holland? Is that typical of a Western triple?
Doesn't exactly look like a Western triple, Brian. It is interesting. I was looking at this initially, and you got Christopher Ward, who's a very good player, between Jamal Blackarley and Jordan Connors, who are two absolutely exceptional players. I was curious whether he'd pick a side right away, and it seems that he's reacted against the more unknown player first. So really curious to see whether Wardy can work that charm and keep everyone on side here.
All right, going into full, we see, well, this will be more familiar to Australians, England convoys to Norway. Denmark is taken, so Germany does get their 2 builds. Meanwhile, in the east, the Trieste loan is not such a Trieste loan, and it has turned into complete chaos. Italy supports themselves up to Venice to block the Germans from trying to sneak it. So we sometimes see Italy snaking Munich. It's been a long time since I've seen Germany successfully snake Venice. Worth a try, though. Jamal also puts the fleet into Tunis as a result. Meanwhile, the Russian fleet is blown up in Romania, which is often a sign of a rat. A rat tends to want that fleet in Constantinople to have gone to the other coast of Bulgaria, though. So Jason can't be overly thrilled by which coast that's moved to.
Yeah, I think you have to think it's the start of an AT with Jamal having uncertain collaboration, depending how it plays out.
I don't know what's going on, and I love it. This is so much fun.
All right. Well, the key builds are looking in the west. We see some very Western Tripoli builds. So maybe that fleet Holland was all lulling us into a full sense of security. Maybe it's their comeback. But France and England, those are very Western triple smelling. Whilst Darcy has put down an army, so that suggests very pro-Italy moves.
So are we switching for the next year?
Yep.
All right. Sorry, I should have checked on that prior to coming on. So we have Jamal moving into Tyrrhenian and Wardy moving Marseille to Spain, kind of avoiding direct hostilities. Trieste goes to Tyrolia with support, while Austria takes Trieste back. Serbia's taken Bulgaria by force, but Turkey doesn't seem to have that much of a problem with it, is moving into Black Sea and setting up around Sevastopol. Russia is also pulling backwards from the north, abandoning Sweden, coming back to St. Petersburg, while England moves up into Barents, supports Germany into Sweden, while Germany also goes into Ruhr. Looks like they may be setting up on Burgundy, but because Spain goes to Gascony, there'll be 3-on-3 there. So, actually, I forgot Holland was an army. So we'll see. It was a fleet, not an army. So we'll see what happens there. And what happens there is that my eyes immediately drawn to what's happening in the North Sea, and I'm not sure if that's a conflict or not. In Denmark, as England and Germany bounce in Denmark, Holland goes to North Sea, Ruhr goes to Belgium, while Munich hits Burgundy. We just have continual bounces in Belgium. No one can agree there, while Spain goes to Marseille. Italy supports itself to Piedmont, and Germany makes its way to Tuscany with a retreat. You don't see that too often. Portugal is just hanging out, while Tyrrhenian goes to Ionian. Greece moves into Aegean, while Khan forces Bulgaria back. So I guess that probably wasn't arranged the year before. And Ukraine goes into Galicia. Wow, a lot going on.
Yeah, it looks like there was an AIT at the start, and that AIT is quickly fractured. And it's, of course, Jamal who now is in the prime position as a result, with Turkey and Austria fighting. Jamal's in Greece, presumably by agreement, given the walk to Aegean. But Jamal can easily flip that into being anti-Austria from here, or he can flip and stay with Turkey and just crush Austria between them, which, with Jason coming to Galicia from Russia, then there's good odds for killing Austria quite quickly, as that Aegean fleet is a long way from where you really want it to be as Austria here.
I don't know the last time I've seen a game where Belgium was still neutral in winter of 1902, and I still don't know what's going on in this game. I'm still loving it, but one thing that is becoming abundantly clear Jamal Walkerley's got a lot of options right now, which is a nice place to be.
He may be pulling his hair out a little bit over the fact that Germany chose to retreat to Tuscany instead of just pulling that off the board and rebuilding it at home, which perhaps would have been wiser for Germany.
But he looks like he'll be able to deal with it with that build. I was wondering, I thought Germany and England were on the same page, but I think you can tell from that build in Berlin that they are, or Germany thinks they are at least.
Well, Germany may have thought that them and England were on the same page, but Jordan Connors doesn't think that they're on the same page, unless that page is give me all your dots. Jordan pulls out of the attack on Russia, takes Sweden, drops into held land, and the hammer is dropped. Boom, Germany, you're next, and Conk is about to conk you. Meanwhile, in the chaotic south, we see Turkey getting into Serbia. There's a bounce in Bulgaria between AI and Turkey. Again, doesn't overly tell you what's actually going on there, because Jamal could still make a full stab now that Venice is freed up, as that Tuscany army is finally piffed. Wardy has split his two fleets, as he had to feel like he wanted to cover Marseille, but has a fleet up there in Mal that could go up and ruin Comte's plan.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility there. And I was going to say, I'm very interested to see where the fleet goes, if it was Irish or English or West, but nope, goes right back to Portugal. Oh, sorry.
Well,
wait, it's your turn still, isn't it?
It is. So, France pulls the fleets back, doesn't drop the hammer on Conk. Jamal has indeed sided with Turkey, as I kind of suspected he might be doing throughout, and takes the Turkish support into Trieste. The Austrian position was just so strung out that actual progress against the Turk without Russian help just didn't look on. So I really do understand why Jamal would make that decision to choose Darcy there. It's unfortunate for Cora nonetheless. Germany has mostly pulled out of their attack on Russia. All they've got for that is the loss of Denmark to combined Anglo-Russian cooperation. So that's quite a flip after the first couple of years. This has been a really fluid game with no alliance seemingly lasting more than like a turn or two so far.
Yeah, you have to wonder. Russia's gone to Galicia, now they've gone back. It hasn't hurt them at all yet that they haven't really chosen a direction. But I'm often hard for Russia to tiptoe for that long without moving forward. So I'll be curious to see if they pick soon and if they have time with Turkey in the strong position that they're in.
It seems Turkey is the one who's most upset Cora, though, with that set of disbands.
Has Russia waived a bill?
It does appear so. The Australians are Australian in again.
A lot of trust. So does not come back to bite Jason right away, at least, as Turkey continues their focus on moving into the Austrian dots. Comes up Serbia to Bulgaria and Constantinople to Bulgaria. Serbia to Budapest, Constantinople to Bulgaria, while Jamal's Italian armies all come east. Meanwhile, Germany is once again moving east, bouncing in Silesia and moving to Prussia, despite the sort of an onslaught coming from the north here. Belgium comes into Romania, Ruhr, and England is convoying over to Denmark. Interestingly, I guess in Norway to Skagerrak is kind of interesting, but I guess that's a block or retreat that could have happened there. Will be interesting to see whether they what their next target is for England.
Yeah, I mean, Wardy here he sort of had a couple of years where he hasn't done an awful lot. He got Belgium eventually at the end of 2002. But the problem with being in an EF is that England already has like 3 of the dots that an EF should be taking. Like Jordan has Holland, has Sweden, and is now in Denmark as well, with a decent shot at Kiel. Meanwhile, Wardy hasn't really got any of the dots he should be taking in a more standard EF. And maybe he's about to start squabbling with Jamal. Maybe Jamal is going to go and attack Turkey. But Wardy is sort of being ignored by both major powers who are growing without really needing his help. And that's going to leave him in a pretty tight spot come the mid-game if both England and Italy are very big and strong and you're not really going anywhere.
Wardy's in a good diplomatic position, though. Like if I were Christopher Ward right now, I would be demanding Holland. And I would point out, hey, Jamal is in a great position. So I can either just make your life miserable, Jordan, or you can give me Holland and I can go try and make Jamal's position miserable. But one of them is going to have to work with them, or he can focus on the other one. And I feel like he's got a little more leverage over England than he would over Italy from this position. But it's not a bad place diplomatically, but he's going to have to use that leverage to get something here.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if we showed the I don't know if we showed the standings before this game began, but Jordan and Jamal are both in contention for the top board and potentially in contention for the same places on said top board. So that might also add an extra facet of league meta into those decisions.
Yeah, that gets into that. Are you playing one long game that spans the year, or are you playing the one individual board? That's always good perspective to keep in mind.
Right. So Germany continues to end up going down here by Ruhr going into Munich. So there's the dot for France this year. Holland is supporting Denmark down to Kiel, but it's not going to make it quite yet. Otherwise, in the north, Jordan is taking his time. Well, he goes Sweden to Norway. I guess that puts him on St. Petersburg, but Norwegian just hangs out. Spain to Western Med and Marseille to Lyon makes it look like a southern move by Chris, but he won't have Marseille open to build. Jamal's coming west to Tunis while also moving Aegean back to Greece. And Turkey does make the move up into Sevastopol with the convoy. So lack of a build for Jason may not have worked out for him that well. Austria's on their last legs. They will go out here.
Yeah, I think that those are not ideal tactics from Wardy around Gulf of Lyon. I think, I think that you either put Marseille to Spain if you're pretty confident you're going to get the build out of Munich and then drop the third fleet there, or you just support Marseille out. And either way, you don't want to be in a position where Marseille is blocked, unless you really want to put Fleet Brest down, which would be fun if that's actually the plan all along. Yeah. Because that's now almost certainly got to be the build.
Well, let's go ahead and play Who Do You Like real quick. Nicholas, your lead for this one, so I'll let you go first.
Well, I do like an IT, and this IT is in a really, really solid position. Germany's pulling those armies off the board, as is Austria. So I think I'm going to choose Jamal here with the two coming down. If Jamal wants to stab Turkey, he's got a great stab in the Balkans. And if he doesn't, he's got, I think, the upper hand against Wardy, who is going to be really vulnerable if he sends too many fleets into the Med to just being stabbed from behind by Jordan.
Good. I'll pick Jordan. I do think Jamal's in a great position, but Darcy also is in a really strong position. There's a chance they get focused north and then Jamal gets a stab, but there's also a chance Darcy and Jamal get in a fight eventually. And I think Wardy seems to be focusing south here, and that'll open a lot of things up for Jordan in the north.
Yeah, depending on how this one goes, like if somebody doesn't make a big break here, I could see an outside chance for Darcy. Also, like you could see Italy and France getting locked up, and it becomes a race for the rest of those dots for Russia. And depending on how things go, Turkey might be able to squeeze that one out at the end. All right.
The nice thing for Darcy is that Russia doesn't have that solid defensive line around Ukraine that you can really hold people up for a long time with, and isn't likely to get it either. So Darcy has a lot more chance of advancing into Warsaw, Moscow than if Livonia was in Ukraine right now, where it would be much, much harder for them to be the one breaking through.
Well, we have the fleet in Brest. We also have the fleet in Rome, so that seems to indicate that Jamal at least is likely thinking of moving west. I don't know if that's 100% given, but that would be my read on it. If that's the case, I would imagine that Fleet Brest is going to have to slip down into mid-Atlantic rather than doing something fun moving against England. I'm going to be watching to see if they can work something out here, though, because that could be fun for both of them.
Yeah, what I want to see here is what happens with Jamal's armies, because Darcy's armies, if they continue the attack on Russia, have to go north. So are Jamal's just going to kind of wait around, or are they going to go do something else?
Well, if Jamal is really fighting France, they should be doing Bohemia and Tyrolia. And half of them have. It's my year again, isn't it? So Jamal does indeed go up to Tyrolia, goes to Piedmont. Wardy is sending all of their armies east, which is an interesting decision there. Not entirely sure what Silesia is doing, but maybe it's there to try and prop up Russia against the IT. Wardy is kicked out of Western Med as Italy just advances all the fleets, which is nice for Jamal again. Meanwhile, looks like Darcy misorders a convoy. Hasn't yet got into Ukraine, but should get into Ukraine next turn, so that's not the end of the world. And of course, while all of this is going on, it's Jordan Connors who's just walking into dot after dot in the north. Walks into Kiel. Perhaps we'll have Russian help to Berlin. Perhaps we'll put Russia into Berlin. But is also walking up to go and take St. Petersburg with an army, which will make it much harder for Darcy to get Warsaw and Moscow. But Jordan Connors, once again, having already done the feint attack on Russia and then attack Germany, does it for a second time in this game, and having once again feinted to attack Russia, instead attacks France and convoys straight into Belgium, swings back around. Pretty catastrophic turn for Wardy. Jamal sort of half pulls out of the attack. Goes to Bohemia and Tyrolia, whilst Jamal takes Budapest, which is perhaps an actual little stab. Greece has sort of come back as well, and Turkey isn't gaining. Although, no, Turkey is gaining Warsaw because Russia's walked out. So maybe it was all agreed, but I don't think Turkey should be overly happy with the movement of the Italian armies either way.
Yeah, Jamal hasn't really set himself up to get any more from Turkey immediately. I'm trying to think what the move would have been if it was a stab. Maybe it would have been Vienna to Budapest, but it's not. It doesn't look like a full enough move to me to be a stab like Jordan's does in the north here. I wonder. It's interesting seeing Jason go to. I mean, how many units is Jason about to have? Just 2. So I wonder if they can make a case to become some sort of a janissary here to the south, because someone has to push back against Jordan.
Well, Jordan's stab has gone a lot worse than he was probably expecting, because Wardy got into Berlin, and Germany, who Jordan supported into Munich, didn't take that support. So this could have been a flip of 2, where Berlin took Munich and Russia didn't help France take Berlin, and all of a sudden Wardy was in a much, much worse position. Instead, Jordan's got a bit of a fleet battle going, and after a few years where he was sort of serenely proceeding along with absolutely nothing in his way, he's going to have a real fight on his hands to beat Wardy here, especially if Jamal does what I would probably do if I was Jamal, and just backs off and lets Wardy go and deal with Jordan here.
Yeah, so that brings up what Stephen Hogue said in Dip Chat. English stab on France might benefit Jamal more than Jordan. Ben, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, if Jamal is now left with absolutely no pressure, then they'll have time to do something else. But the question is, what else? Are they going to get in a big fight with Darcy? I'm not sure if that benefits them the most either. But yes, France may be more okay with Italy taking Munich. That was the next thing I was going to say, I swear. Anyway, so that is what happened. Italy walks right into Munich, and otherwise basically backs off, aside from using Western Med to actually support France to mid-Atlantic. France also makes it in English Channel, while Liverpool makes it to Irish Sea. Interesting build in London for Jordan after the stab. Prioritizes putting the army into Holland over building a fleet there and blocking English Channel. We'll see how that plays out. So that'll give another army to contest the German centers. Belgium goes to Picardy, while Denmark has to defend Kiel. Russia continues moving north to take the last Russian centers, gets into Moscow, and seems to be trying to set up bounces in the Balkans, gets Romania, but gets the bounce in Romania, but Greece doesn't bounce Bulgaria. I'll be interested to see if that's a problem for their alliance or not.
It does look like it. this is hard to read Aegean as anything other than a stab, but it's not a very effective stab if it was. And it's actually a stab that would be way more effective if you hadn't bounced Romania. Let Romania convoy in and you have a walk into Smyrna right now. But these units keep coming back towards Turkey, and Darcy shouldn't be liking that. Yes, they're getting Moscow this year. Perhaps they even get St. Petersburg. They may well be losing Summit in the south, and they probably should be reacting either way at this point, I think.
Yeah, I agree. But it is just bounces again. And Sebastopol even goes back to Armenia. I guess that's defensive. Walks out of Moscow back to Warsaw. Very interesting. Must think that the Russian units are more useful alive than dead. England and France bounce in Belgium, bounce in Mid-Atlantic. Nothing really happens in terms of centers changing aside from Italy picking up Munich and North Sea going to London while Helgoland goes to North. That'll position England a little bit better for the next turn.
So I like an IT as much as anyone, probably more than anyone. If Italy isn't moving their units west, Darcy has to ask themselves what this alliance is actually doing for Darcy. And at the moment, it's nothing. You've walked out of Moscow, haven't got St. Petersburg. Maybe there was an agreement that you would get St. Petersburg, but if so, just support Moscow into St. Petersburg and pretty much guarantee yourself it. And then if you really want that Russian fleet on the boards, they can keep the fleet. It's fine. Jamal has brought 4 units back against you and is going to be building more. Tyrrhenian Sea isn't going west because it's helping, or Western Med is helping more DC. You don't expect Tyrrhenian Sea to go and attack France. Munich is probably not attacking France. None of these units are going in a direction that helps Darcy at all. And beyond Moscow, which should already be theirs, what else are they going to get out of this alliance if Italy isn't going to commit harder to the west?
My read on it is there is a little bit of trouble in that alliance right now. Ukraine hold definitely speaks to some distrust to me. Sev to Armenia probably speaks to some distrust. I almost wonder if maybe Livonia, Finland, maybe Jamal said something to Jason, and I don't know. I could see it. This is not a good turn for Darcy, but I also don't think it's a great turn for Jamal either.
Yeah, getting in that fight is going to allow the North to do better, but there is a fight that's kind of not benefiting either of the Western powers that much either at the moment, I think. I mean, oh, that's the same. Yeah, you're going back, right? Yeah, I think if we'll see if it works out because they're in the negotiations. But if I was Darcy there, I really think I would have taken those 2 Russian dots to give myself the power to work against Jamal if we think he's unfriendly. But if Darcy doesn't think Jamal's unfriendly, we'll see. So
if Darcy doesn't think Jamal's unfriendly, perhaps Darcy should be asking Jamal what on earth he's doing in the Aegean Sea.
No, right. I agree. I would have taken the Russian dots.
That's just not friendly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we do have Jamal in chat. So I mean, Jamal's a better diplomat than I am, so maybe that line works. I'll have to try it sometime.
Some Turkish coffee, maybe.
All right, so Turkey is back into Moscow, decided maybe they wanted there after all. They are also in St. Petersburg, whilst Finland gets into Norway. So Russia, maybe this was a ploy that they're trying to get Russia out of Scandinavia. Okay. England has walked into the empty Berlin, but may not hold it either. So Jordan could be getting a bit of a coalition against him here. Jamal's also pushing up to Ruhr, which can only be bad for Jordan at this point as it starts to threaten Kiel. So again, this is great turn for Jamal and not such a great turn for Jordan. I'm unconvinced that Darcy should be happy with all of these bounces happening in their own territory, but well, if they are, so be it. I tend to think that organizing these bounces in Smyrna, you just say, oh, well, I forgot to bounce Smyrna and move to Con instead. And look, I'm in your center. This is always the danger when you organize bounces in your own dots, when they could technically move to other dots next to them.
Right. You just told the other person where you're moving.
I have had that happen to me so many times.
Like even the Romania one isn't safe because you could instead just let that move in and follow into Bull. But in full, once again, we see Turkey walking out of Moscow. They really don't want that dot. They have got St. Petersburg this turn, so at least they've got a build. They're bouncing in Smyrna again and not covering Con, so Italy doesn't take the stab at that opportunity, but at least there's a bounce in Serbia now. So there is something tying up an Italian unit in their own dot as well. Meanwhile, Munich has followed into Burgundy, which may be hostile against France, who has taken Belgium, but the Italian fleets have mostly moved west, so the IF cooperation may have come to an end. England has forced the channel and blown it up as well, which means Wardy actually gets a rebuild right now, which is actually quite helpful for him.
Yeah, I was about to say that this attack from Jordan's going too slow, and he needs to find an ally at this point. He's not doing well enough to do it all on his own, but that move into Burgundy might mean that he has found that, and it's really going to crack the game open for both of them, Jamal and Jordan.
Jason Gray still alive, 2 dots, and actually still a meaningful part of this game too. So love it.
Turkey puts 2 more armies down, which basically ends any chance they have of stabbing Italy for the board top there.
Well, so Jamal does continue moving towards Wardy here and succeeds twice in getting into dots here with a retreat into Paris and Piedmont to Marseille. Meanwhile, also brings Tyrrhenian Sea to Lyon, gets kicked out of Western Med, but goes back to Tunis. Moves up to Serbia and Ionian to Greece. So, yeah, no more bounces, but still, a little more defensible for Turkey with the extra army they just built. But Turkey continues moving north, really surrounding Moscow. See if they want it this time. Also makes an attack with Jamal on Kiel, but it does not succeed. Might have been sort of a larger bounce, though. Interesting that... well, no, because suddenly Jordan is not attacking Wardy anymore. He's moving north and not taking Norway. So
I tend to think that with Norway falling, this is the time when Russia's about to outlive their use to everyone. And here we go. This is it.
And now we have Jordan successfully taking Norway, despite Darcy's attempt to preserve it, although Darcy does take Moscow. More bounces, but Bulgaria goes into Greece. Jamal makes further gains in Spain, but Paris is popped. So Jordan will go up 2, and no, because they'll lose Greece. Jordan and Turkey will each go up 1.
What does Berlin do here with its support, Brian? Trying to read that mess of red arrows. So Berlin didn't do anything. Okay, so Berlin did not want Russia to take Kiel there, which would have worked if Berlin had supported it as well, and if Ruhr had tapped Holland. But it also doesn't look like Holland actually defended Kiel. So that's a missed opportunity, and maybe a sign that Turkey is trying to cut some sort of deal with England, and maybe even Greece wasn't agreed, or if it was, maybe a unit's coming down that Jamal wouldn't like, although the fact that only Ankara is open means that a fleet isn't particularly threatening.
More armies for Turkey, and 1 of each for Italy, while Wardy's forced to pull 2 units, and Jordan doubles down on, not doubles down because he sort of stopped the last time, but he's coming towards France again, it looks like.
And Army Naples is, again, not something Turkey should be happy with, because the only place it can go is exactly where it's just gone. It's gone to Greece. And sure, Greece is being convoyed back. That was also a nice big swap. But again, this is all in Jamal's favor. Jamal has tons of units where they should never be in an IT, whereas Turkey is only now in 1909 finally pushing all those armies to where they probably should have been, I don't know, 2 years ago, and is pushing up towards the line on all fronts. They're not even going to hold St. Petersburg, though, because Sev's gone to Ukraine rather than Moscow, which is unfortunate. I don't know if that's a misorder, but it's going to be costly.
Oh, there's a fun convoy.
So Jamal convoy is back into Spain across all of those things, which is delightful for Jamal. And other than that, not an awful lot happens. Jordan does get back into St. Petersburg because Moscow hadn't been covered in spring, which is unfortunate for Turkey. I feel like the advantage is still flipping back in Jamal's favor rather than in Darcy's.
Yeah, the position of the Italian units just force Turkey to play defensively, and the units are there, or the centers are there for Jamal should he choose to take them.
Should point out that this is a VDL game and they normally end around 1910, right? Maybe 1911. So we're coming towards the end of this.
But I will also say, like, they've had probably a stressed relationship, the way that I'm reading the moves, but not a hostile relationship. So, like, they don't have to fight each other right from this position. Like, Jamal's in a position where he can take the unit if he needs it, but he might be content just, hey, I've got a lead, I can continue growing, and Turkey really can't.
Which is not ideal for Darcy.
So Jordan puts down another fleet, which also goes to Liverpool, which also goes to North Atlantic. Mid-Atlantic is supporting Portugal to Spain. Italy, Jamal's just shifting those armies up to kind of surround Paris, maybe have play into Belgium or Ruhr if they want it. Meanwhile, they're trying to convoy Turkish armies to Spain. That seemed unlikely. It's not support. Oh, it is supported. Wait. Yeah, it's supported by Lyon, right? It's convoyed by Western Med. It's supported by Lyon. Yeah. And then, so it did, it would have worked if Jordan and Chris hadn't got on the same page. Then there's also an attempted attack on St. Petersburg. Really, ultimately, nothing much is moving here aside from the Italian armies north and the English fleets west.
Love this comment from me.
Right. Yeah, you got to be looking out for a last turn move here. But we do not know if this is the last turn or not. We have Serbia taking Greece, while there's another bounce in Bulgaria, and Italy's going into Spain. Italy's army gets popped in Burgundy, but no one else changes any centers. So a lot of bouncing around. Let's see if it goes any further.
And again, Darcy's just had no options on what to do. They're twiddling their thumbs because Jamal is actually doing all of the fighting in the IT at this point, and Darcy is just defending Berlin. And that's essentially the entire useful moves that Darcy's been able to do there. Prussia support holds Berlin, and that's it. So we do have a 1911. And once again, Darcy doesn't have an awful lot to do in it. Romania comes down to Bulgaria East Coast, but okay, that doesn't really bother Jamal. Galicia is yet another move that shouldn't be making Turkey happy, but we've seen so many of them that it may not matter. France gets back into Spain, which is not insignificant in terms of a battle for the top, but Jordan has very few centers he can go to if he's going to try and steal it from Jamal, who's been pulled down to 11. It's hard to see Jordan managing to get 2 without Wardy throwing them to him in this final turn.
Yeah, agreed.
And yet 2 he manages. He manages to get into Belgium and Brest, as Wardy does not work with Jamal to defend them, which is a little surprising, as you would have thought Jamal would be pro Wardy keeping Belgium there. Meanwhile, Jamal takes Rum but loses Munich, and that does perhaps bring it to 11-11 with Turkey 1 behind on 10.
Is that right? Yeah. Yeah.
9.
9. Wow, what a race to the finish. Ended up even. Oh, I think it's over.
I think it's over, but it may not.
Yeah, they'd have to play real fast for it to go any further. Wow, what a finish.
Yeah, and Jordan really pulled that out at the end.
Yeah. Wardy really, he was helping Wardy defend Spain a little, and he helped him get into Spain. And I guess maybe that swung the scales for Wardy to pick him over Jamal.
Yeah. Really, really fun game. I just love whenever the outcome is uncertain going down, and in this case, even the timeline. Players playing faster than the average. Most VDL games end in 1910. This will go to 1911 because they play by time, not by year limit. So they're playing a little bit faster, and that resulted in a finish that I certainly didn't see coming. Jordan Connors and Jamal Blackerly tying for a top at 11. Well done. And Darcy has come in third or second at 9 centers. Really, that had to be a frustrating game. You're so close to being able to make something happen and just never quite in position to do it.
It's a difficult position in Turkey sometimes when you're allied with Austria or Italy and they have the dots that are right in front of you with your, where your armies would go. You can get stuck kind of behind, and that's one of the reasons why Turkey makes that stab fairly often. But to have your ally just being like, yeah, I'm going to be around here, let's bounce while they have the opportunity forward. It's a hard thing to maintain, but I don't think anybody probably does it better than Jamal, of being able to say that thing that the ally doesn't want to hear in a way that is friendly and charming.
I mean, Darcy played a good game, and I know Darcy is quite new. That was a game that really shows the value of experience and what these top players have, because Jamal and Jordan both negotiated themselves into positions where they could take dots at the end of the game, and Darcy just wasn't in a position where they could, and that's why the other two were on 11 and Darcy was left behind a little at the end on 9. And that little bit of difference in negotiating that had been building up for years and years with Jamal in that position where he was sat all around the Turkish dots. In the end, that meant that Darcy just had nothing they could take.
Yeah, the relationship that Jordan was able to have with Christopher Ward at the end too, I think just really made a difference in this game from my perspective. That was fun. Let's do another one. McCullis can give you a break. We're going to welcome David Hood to the broadcast. David, welcome back.
Glad to be here. Would have felt even better if Jordan Connors didn't share in the board top there. Come on, Jamal. Knock that boy down next time.
Well, there will probably be more Jamal and Jordan competition in the future. At least we can hope. But for now, we're going to focus on VDL 207 named Boeing. Ben, this is your game. Why don't you introduce the players?
Sure. We have Christian Brown out of Peoria, Illinois, a weasel if we've ever seen one. And we've got Justin Lohr coming out of Los Angeles, leading the league with a solo as Italy earlier this year. Super Wordy, who I think is a pretty widely known online player. Michalis Camaridis, some guy, and we got Jason Gray, who we just saw out of Sydney. Just saw him in Russia. We'll see him in Italy now. Darcy, we're seeing again. Not on the other side of the border or anything, just right next door in Russia. And Andrew Koch, who is he plays online and he's got a name that I can't remember, but I've
Coke
played
Animal. Coke Animal.
Yeah. I went to New York once and I played with him in a Diplo Rats game. Good guy, fun thinker.
Really good, well-known extended deadline player. Always good to see whenever we can get somebody with that experience coming in to play virtual. So lots of players on this board to keep your eyes on, including our first place and third place players, plus a couple of folks that are right on the bubble, like Christian Brown. This is going to be a really fun game. Ben, why don't you take us away in spring of 1901?
Sure. So we get a super aggressive English opening into the English Channel and Liverpool to Wales. Meanwhile, Super Wordy opens with an opening I normally like because it's got some offense and defense. Marseille to Burgundy, Paris to Gascony, and Venice goes into Tyrolia for Jason, putting some pressure on Munich from another angle. Very standard from Russia and Austria and Turkey and Germany. We have England following up without making a direct attack on France. Instead, they go for Belgium and get blocked. Takes north to Norway and does not get punished for it by McCallus, no move to North Sea. Kiel to Holland, so McCallus gets 2, defends Munich, bounce in Trieste, while, they were probably promised that in exchange for the move Ionian to Aegean. Now Italy will not build. Russia gets their 2 dots. Warsaw goes to Ukraine, showing some cooperation with Austria, no Galicia bounce. And Andrew Koch says, don't Lepanto me.
Which I don't think was in the cards anyway, but Andrew didn't know that. That Warsaw to Ukraine to me is the most important move here, other than the actual block in Trieste. That shows pretty significant AR cooperation.
And we have a fleet from Christian Brown. I love the aggression from Christian and Justin. Just picking a direction and running with it. But yeah, we get a fleet from Christian Brown on the first year. Wonderful, really fun. We've got our armies from Russia in position to be aggressive towards Christian. So I'll be very curious to see whether he's managed to keep that relationship going.
I was going to say the McCallus building the fleet in Kiel instead of Berlin means that he wasn't going to just immediately jump in on France to side with the English, and he doesn't do that. I'm not saying he doesn't side with the English. He does the supported convoy to Belgium, but he also goes to Bohemia. So McCallus decides he wants to intervene in the east quickly, which he does. Looking over in the east, Trieste, of course, goes to Adriatic. That's what you do when you build a fleet. You put it in the freaking water. So he's going to try to put 2 guys on Venice. And the Italians are actually, looks like, throwing in with the, at least for now, with the Austrians. They actually kill the Italian fleet. And we'll see what that means. The fact that Darcy moves Moscow to St. Pete is good news. There's no fleet to the Black Sea and then army down to Sev. That's what AR would do if they were going to try to cut Turkey out immediately. Let's look at the fall turn.
Yeah, but the move to Galicia makes me think it might be an RT.
Yeah, the Galicia's putting the Germans in. So that's what McCallus was there to do, is to coordinate with the Russians, because the Russians are taking Norway while Germany takes Sweden. So all of that is GR cooperation. Russia's also take Budapest. So that was a short-lived AR situation. Adriatic, knowing that they don't really have or didn't want to take a shot at Venice, goes to the Ionian, which is interesting. The French have already intervened, though, because they realize Tunis is empty. So why not go to Western Med, see if they can snake it next year? The English try to get a little cute here, to go to Picardy. Oh, I see. They've gone to Holland with support. So they've pulled out of whatever cooperation was going on there. So are we going to see yet another year of Belgium not being taken in 1902? Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting ready to say. That is very interesting.
This time we have neutral Tunis with the competition for it between Austria and France.
And maybe Italy, because look, they can get in the equation now too.
They've got involved here, but they've gotten blocked from making it to Ionian by Austria, who gets into Tunis, but also loses Trieste to Italy, loses Serbia to Romania, and a lot of problems in Austria right away.
He's trying to become the Republic of North Africa, is what he's trying to do. The problem is that the John Jameson convoy to North Africa will make that hard.
It is, and actually it's going to mean that even though, but Greece gets supported into Ionian, so we'll have a chance to defend it unless Italy, defend Tunis unless Italy cuts them. So France is taking Belgium, while England is losing Holland, which I guess was always guaranteed unless they were cut in Ruhr, given the Denmark ability to cut north.
I think it's pronounced Ruhr. Let's pronounce it correctly.
I don't know. No, it's out of my wheelhouse, David. But we have Russia moving forward with a convoy to Edinburgh, I think is the right way to say that one, Edinburgh, right? And Sweden taking Norway, while England and Germany are bouncing, right? That's Holland supporting Denmark in the north and England putting 2 on it as well. And England rotating up to North Atlantic, while France uses that Jameson convoy to go straight ahead right into Tunis. And Italy is not kind to Christian here does cut the support while also taking Budapest, so has been able to reverse from that lack of build in the first year to get 2 builds this year. And they are also, looks like they've got an ally in Turkey against Russia.
Everything's coming up Michalis Kamarides here, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah, I think I missed that move to Holland. Yeah.
Obviously there's other people still in the game. I'm not saying that, but right now, Michalis is in good shape diplomatically. And I mean, we'll see what happens in the East. Sometimes you have a German expeditionary force that does all sorts of cool things, and then they just get kicked out because they can't support it. So we'll see how it goes.
Once is resolved, it's got to resolve in a way where Michalis is part of the alliance structure.
The only thing better than taking Tunis falling to a French army and its first time it's taken is for that army then just to hold, and for the fleet Western Med to hold. There's nothing better than that, really. Thanks, Super Wordy, for showing us that. He does take the English Channel, does Super Wordy, which is not insignificant, and Germany takes the North Sea. So apparently Russia thought they were convoying back out. So that, I'm not sure exactly what that means, unless that's some kind of feint, because you would think that what they're really going to do is go to Liverpool, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Germany, well, never mind. Germany has decided that it is time to go and take Russian stuff. So that he really was supposed to convoy out, and Michalis said, no, and let me see if I could do something about Warsaw. In the East, let's see, Austria is just about gone here, it looks like. Oh, nope, they've taken Serbia with support, so they're going to survive as a puppet state. Let's see what else is happening. In the West, we've already seen that. All right. So in the fall turn, okay, the Russians, yes, they're losing Sev. There wasn't any way they couldn't do that. And there goes Serbia into Romania. So Christian trying to keep himself alive here, making himself useful to the Italians. And it looks like the Italians and Germans are still working together. Germany, of course, can cut his own support for the attack on Warsaw, which he does. French are getting in good position to mop up the rest of England next turn. It's going to be interesting to see here what happens with the FG. Germany moving all their units away there. It'd be interesting to see if that's something that works out for him, or does Super Wordy take advantage in 1905?
He will have the opportunity to build there, right here, though, right? Michalis should be building 2, so maybe able to defend.
Well, he's only got space for 1.
Building 1, yeah.
Because he moved out very intentionally, did that to himself. So he's probably trying to bury that build and use it later, maybe.
Winter of 1904, we've got Michalis Kamarides on top at 10 centers in Germany, followed by 7 center France, and a tie with 6 centers for the I and T. We'll play Who Do You Like? Ben, we'll start with you.
I mean, it's hard to not pick Michalis here, right? He's in very good position. He's got possible growth. If he can keep playing people in the East against each other. And eventually, I think he's going to get the North Sea. We haven't seen the builds here, right? And the only other, I think I like Michalis.
David, if not Michalis.
Well, if it's not Michalis, it's probably not Super Wordy, even though that might be him attacking Michalis is how Michalis wouldn't win the game. But that might give the game to Coke Animal. It's possible. Sometimes that kind of FG war out there beat each other to a pulp while Turkey takes advantage. It's a possibility. Jason's not completely out of it. So a lot of depends on, as it always does for our game called Diplomacy. This is all diplomatic on Michalis' part, because some of those centers that he's got are obviously not holdable if somebody doesn't want it to be held. So we'll see.
It's a very fragile 10 center.
And what Russia gets rid of here could matter a lot too. Let's see. Are they keeping Edinburgh? That's interesting.
Just have a sense they're probably not the most mad at Michalis. It is my turn, right?
He's not doing anything.
But you are right, David, that he's not able to hold Vienna and loses it here to Jason, while he kind of surrounds Moscow with Prussia to Livonia, except there are 2 Turkish armies on it now with the convoy to Sevastopol, and very little else happening in the south. We have France picking up Liverpool and London, while England convoys Germany into Yorkshire, and Germany kind of positions around France. So it seems like that fight might be starting little bit sooner than it could have otherwise.
Yeah, the fleet in London being killed was not great.
Yeah, and it does start here with London, with England going into Belgium, and Germany making it into Liverpool. McCulloch has enlisted the help of the Russians and the English, really getting those last remnants to really help him out there in some key ways. Walking out of London is interesting, but I guess maybe Super Wordy expected Russia to try to be put into Liverpool so London's probably trying to cut that support.
Which is exactly why they didn't do it that way. That was a miscalculation there.
Italy is moving west pretty hard here, whereas Turkey is following with one fleet, but not both. And they're trying to keep pushing Austria forward here, but not taking his last dot.
His army's still useful. At least that's what Turkey thinks, and Italy, but that's probably more Turkey that likes to have that extra army there.
Yeah, it'd be their choice.
Point out Michael Saxon saying England builds. That is
because they got the guy killed, and then Super Wordy made that mistake and moved out.
Out of London.
And then David, you said that there would need to be some diplomacy for McCulloch to be able to kind of take the lead here. Steve Hoke, well done, McCulloch, because that was some great diplomacy. A lot of times, those small powers, 2 centers, 1 center, can be the difference in whether or not you were able to top a board or not. It's still early. This game is far from over, but that could be the difference in this one.
Playing with small powers correctly and playing as a small power correctly is what separates really good players from just good players. Okay. England moving out so that Germany can move into Belgium. Let's see what else is happening. I guess the main thing that's happening is the Italians and French disengaging from each other, which is good news for Super Wordy and not so good news for McCulloch. He would be hoping that there would be continued pressure on France while he does what he can. Instead, the Italians are actually taking Munich with support of France. So things may be slowing down a little bit here for McCulloch. He does defend himself in Russia with Russian aid, for one thing. But the Italians taking Munich has got to be something that McCulloch was not hoping to see. And in the fall turn, the Italians keep it. Let's see what else happens. He still has the Russians on side, which I guess Darcy doesn't really have much of a choice here. But again, killing forward units is so important in a game of attrition like he's got against the French. And killing that army in Yorkshire really gives him some flexibility. So that's a nice move. Justin doing the bouncing yourself kind of thing, that can be a good move, but you have to be careful about things like, are you really putting yourself in the best position in the long run? Maybe. But, for example, the German fleet going to the North Atlantic, that's obviously great news, but at some point, is Justin going to become superfluous? I mean, we'll see.
Well, he's losing a center here, so he's going to go down to 1. Also interesting. I mean, Italy and France disengage. But as Super Wordy, you would have hoped that you could have just disengaged neutrally. But it sounds like there was a price of a center there, which is going to be tough for him, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a stab, or there would be some other Italian units going some other way. So that you're right, it looks like some kind of price. Italy gets 2 here.
Yeah, can we give Jason Gray a shout out? Coming from just now, winter of 1906, Italy's picking up Tunis. And I believe he started with no builds in 1901. I did not expect
that is quite a feat. Isn't this the second game we've seen with an IT? The difference here is that Andrew does have fleets in the Med, whereas Darcy in the last game really didn't have that fleet power. So we'll see if that makes a difference here. The Italians going up to 9 is really incredible.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what Albania is for, to just like continually hit Greece to try to keep Turkey from moving out, like as part of an agreement. Because normally you would not feel like that was part of an IT, like putting a fleet in Albania for Italy.
Well, I'm not sure building 2 armies is all that IT-ish either in this situation, but I guess we'll find out in a minute.
Yeah, so we see those armies go north, but also attempt to move. Interesting. Munich tries to go to Silesia, but ends up retreating into Berlin. Meanwhile, Italy takes Galicia while Christian continues to get pushed forward into Warsaw with the help of Turkey. And Germany is now convoying Russia to Belgium, continuing that cooperation while taking Edinburgh and also taking the English Channel.
This is some really good, using of janissaries here. The Austrian being used by the Turks, the Russians being used by the Belgians. This is really good education for somebody trying to learn how to play this game at a little bit of a higher level.
So then we see Italy take Munich back, which was guaranteed with the help of France, but France pays for it by losing Burgundy to the German army. The Germans destroy that Austrian army while Turkey takes Romania. So that is the end for Christian. Very interesting game on his part, though. Interestingly, Italy tried to help defend Warsaw by risking moving out of Berlin, but does not end up moving out of Berlin. McAllister continues to work with Justin to continue holding English Channel, and with Russia to pop Picardy.
The important move here is Andrew doing what he's doing, the 3-way attack into Romania to kill Christian off his janissary instead of supporting Christian there. That's a very pro-Macarlist move. I guess Andrew's wanting to put some armies in there because he's worried about the Italians. So prioritizing worrying about the Italians has really helped Macarlus here with Andrew flipping sides. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't otherwise defend Christian in Warsaw. I mean, why would he need to have 3 guys go in Romania unless he's worried about the Italians?
Right, and with that move from Berlin, it would have worked to hold it too. Yeah, it's the second time we've seen Turkey get a little bit caught up on Italy in a row in an IT.
So help me understand McAulifce's decisions here. I definitely would have. I was expecting him to not worry about Warsaw and to probably try and take back Berlin and hold Munich. That was my expectation. And it's pretty much the opposite of that. Can someone help me understand?
Well, if he'd taken back Berlin, he would have had to go to Kiel probably to try to prevent that army from just floating back towards more of his units. But yeah, that probably is what I would have done because he's even here, right? He's picking up Edinburgh and losing Berlin.
And he could have lost Kiel. I mean, the Italians could have just walked there. This was a high risk. I mean, he's got a Russian in Belgium and an Italian in Berlin. He's got quite as interesting position. It's not a very compact and defensible position. It's a position built on negotiation and trying to outguess people.
Yeah, and he's answering in chat, making Italy more powerful is the best way to get the IT to break. So very much playing the diplomacy side of this game.
I don't think Andrew should have fallen for it, is my point. I mean, I understand being concerned about Italy, but gosh, you really wanted to prioritize getting Moscow and Warsaw for yourself there. You might want to turn on Italy later.
Oh, he's actually
he could have taken Moscow right there.
Aside from Berlin. Wait. Lost Berlin, gained Edinburgh, right? How's he mined? Oh, Belgium.
Yeah, Belgium.
Because the Belgium-Edinburgh thing was a switch.
Right.
Yeah. And it's going to be difficult.
He's also got London he can take at some point. That's another janissary he has. Now, the Belgian army, you wonder how useful that's going to be in the future. I don't know. We'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, and it will be difficult for Italy to hold Munich and Berlin. So I see. I want to make it clear. I was not questioning that from I think it's a mistake, but just trying to understand that 4D chess that's going on here.
I mean, this is a very risky strategy. I'm not saying McCarlos doesn't know what he's doing, but this is a risky way to play this. And maybe he didn't think he had any choice, though. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Pretty much had to do something like that because you just can't leave the Italians there unaccompanied minors roaming around in your country. Got to go do something with them. Let's look at the East here. What is happening? The Italians, realizing that Turkey was doing something, has gone ahead and just moved full bore to the East. Exactly what McCarlos was hoping for. Just an outright war there. In France, are the French making some progress? I mean, they were going to because Germany had to deal with the Italians there. So the French do take Burgundy back, and that kills that army, that German army. You always hate to lose somebody in the spring unless you want to lose them. But I don't think you'd want to lose them here. That's a useful army to have when you're trying to do something with the Italians. Germans getting into English Channel and the English going to the Irish. At some point, I think the question is going to be, do you even need the English fleet anymore? We'll find out in a minute.
They are lined up now to take mid-Atlantic if they want to, if McCallus does want to keep working with England.
He could do both. He can take the mid-Atlantic probably and take London.
That's a cold move, but yeah, he could do that.
McCallus is a cold person. I'm going to stick by that. He doesn't do it this turn, though. He puts the English in the mid-Atlantic. So he can eventually put the English in, I don't know, somewhere like Spain, maybe, keep them alive. The Germans really, Carlos really just had to prioritize the Italians not walking to a center like he could have done last year. So he does that. Is there anybody? Well, yeah, the Italians actually take Greece, so that's significant in the Eastern War.
Want to point out McCallus keeps Kiel open for the build as opposed to supporting himself back there or getting an unwanted support back there or something. That's going to be important this turn because now he can take Munich back. Right now, nice
that's a nice guess. And you would think that he would do that. It would have been really cool if the Italians had sniffed that out and supported Ruhr to Kiel. It's not like the move to Kiel was going to work. It was very unlikely to work. So that would have been a cool way to respond to that, maybe.
Well, 1908, we've got a 10-10 split for the top right now. This is definitely both people in the race, both powers in the race have room to grow. This is a fun game.
That Naples build can only be, this is a full-on war between Italy and Turkey.
It couldn't be stopped. The convoy to Syria couldn't be stopped.
Right. And it turns out Andrew had the right idea at the beginning, moving to Syria to prevent this Lepanto convoy, because that's what's happening now. And that is going to mean that Smyrna is going to go down in the fall, which is tough on Turkey. But they may be getting some help from England coming in to maybe mess with England, either France or England. Either France or England is messing with either France or Italy. While Germany does not make it into Mid-Atlantic, gets bounced. Germany does take back Munich. Interesting. Oh, actually, they're in Silesia, so it was guaranteed. And Italy just gives up on it and walks away. So that may be the end of fighting. Italy wants it to be the end of fighting between him and Germany, I think. But we'll see if Callis is all right with that or not.
Just goes to show you, it's almost impossible for Italy to keep gains in Germany like that, particularly if Germany has any other units. It's just hard to do. Yeah,
for sure. Funny because earlier we were talking about, I heard it was for Germany to keep Vienna, right? But now it's the same the other way as well. So Italy does take Smyrna, and nothing is happening in Galicia. England guesses incorrectly with Tyrrhenian Sea, but does not lose London, so they're fine. McCallus takes Mid-Atlantic and holds Munich.
So there is a chance that the game will end in 1909 if they're playing slow. Most likely it will go to 1910. If it were to end right now, McCallus would have that one center lead. This is still very much a race, though. This is
it's a race, but McCallus is in way better shape because he can take London whenever he wants. He can probably take Moscow anytime he wants. This is this is going to be a tough assignment for Jason. Let's see. Germans go to North Africa because, why not? Probably not going to take anything in Mao, but you might be able to slip into Tunis somehow. It bounces the French and English Channel. All right, looking to the east there, we do have Jason taking. He's got a lot of units and a lot of centers he can take if he has time. He's taken Bulgaria, kills that army. That's so important. That's one of those situations you might just want to try to figure out some way to keep all your units alive if you're Turkey, but I don't know if there was any way to do that because it's hard to do that on the fly. Hard to make that decision on the fly. Again, the fall turn, if McCullough wants to, he can put the hammer down on a couple of centers. We'll see if he does that, and assuming that maybe the game's going to be.
He should at least, that's what I was going to say. I think what you do is you tell.
Well, because he's still not killing Justin. Justin's putting Justin in Tunis, which is just as good. It knocks your enemy down one. That's just as good as taking it yourself. So it's good stuff. He doesn't worry about taking Moscow either.
Yeah, McCullough has said on air he tries to keep his Janissaries alive. We are seeing that here.
How humane.
Well, it's often the right answer if they're still being useful.
Well, and it cultivates a reputation also, which is, if it's true, it's, there's nothing wrong with it. But so Italy's up 3 down 2 or up 2 down 1. Is that what happened? They took Romania and Khan and Bulgaria, lost Smyrna. So why aren't they gaining 2?
And Tunis.
Oh, Tunis. Yeah.
So, net result +1. So 12 centers. Like David, you were saying, London being the key difference maker there. Let's see if the game continues. And it does.
It does continue. All right. Italy picks up.
But you can see what Germany's doing in Russia, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they're surrounding Moscow. They're going to pick up another one.
Oh, wait, no, that would just retreat to St. Pete, so that wouldn't do any good. Interesting.
No, you're
Sorry,
right.
You're up.
No, it's all right. Italy got Ankara, but are they going to be able to hold it? It depends whether what Russia's doing, basically.
They're going to be able to hold it or take Smyrna, and maybe both.
Right. Yeah. Right. They do French into Belgium there, whereas McCullough is basically just sitting still, and Italy's going to be up 2. You're right. Good call. Hold it. Take another. And this one results in a tie too. Wow. Second time we had a race to the finish. That wound up in a tie.
That last year is making such a big difference in these games.
Yeah, that was crazy. It's hard to figure this out when you're going through a game so quickly, but I wonder if there wasn't something McCullough could have done to make sure that he could take Moscow at the end or something.
Without going back, without second guessing, Monday morning quarterbacking, all that kind of stuff. My general sense as we were in the 1908-ish time frame is that McCullough was being very generous to his allies. I think there may have been some opportunities there, but who's to say? Maybe that generosity is what kept him in this position, because he was so spread out. it was no good line there at all, and to be able to consolidate, come back, and I thought dominate the rest of the game. And again, Jason Gray, man, to come back.
What a great comeback. He was really the star of this. As well as McCullough played, it was really Jason's game. That was such a cool comeback.
It was the diplomacy with the smaller powers that allowed McCullough to get such a dominating position that I thought was going to win him the game. But Jason absolutely dominated that war with Andrew. And he guessed, there was a guess, right? And it was like 2 springs ago, and he ended up taking Bulgaria when Black Sea defended Romania instead. And that was really critical.
Well, really, really fun game. Let's bring McCullough in real quick. McCullough, welcome back. That was such a fun game to cover. What did we miss?
I think you got most of it. I think, as David said, I was keeping my Janissaries alive, and perhaps in the end I kept them alive a bit too much. Russia broke a deal to go up to 3. Like they were supposed to be defending Romania, and I'd sort of based my calculations for what centers would win me the game on Romania staying Turkish, and instead Russia went and took Sevastopol, which is why at the end I put France into Belgium as a little bit of punishment for that. But yeah, I missed an opportunity there. Looking at it just now, probably should have forced Burgundy when I had Russia on side and didn't take the opportunity to do that. And that meant that there was not very much I could do in the final year except play for the tie, which I was okay with. Like there were actually draws vetoed, I think, 7 phases in a row, and I think every draw was vetoed by someone different, and at least 4 different people vetoed draws in that time. So it was a pretty crazy ride at the end for sure.
That game looked like it was a lot of fun, though.
Oh yeah, it was great to play in. We all enjoyed it, I believe.
Must have had a lot of good conversations with a lot of different people as that went on.
Yeah, conversations sure. At least. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. We're going to switch directions, switch to a different league entirely, different play style, different format. We're going to the world of Extended Deadline and the Nexus Press League. Really excited about being able to cover these games tonight. And just because of timing, we're going to just get right into it. Ben, we're going to give you a break. And let's go ahead and bring up our first game. And this one, it's anonymous, and it looks like it says secret end. So I believe that means that there's unknown end date. I won't swear to that. What I do know is this is a fun game. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. And from our players, many of these are going to be new to us as we do not cover a lot of the Extended Deadline games. There may be some instances where we've got some players that maybe we just have their Discord names, but we don't have, or their backstabber names, but we don't have them translated to a human name necessarily. So if you are watching and you want to send that along to us, put something in chat. You can put it in comments. You can send an email to info@diplopn.com. Also ways we can get that updated. One name that is known to me is Nicholas Lawton. So good to see Nicholas in this game. And David McCullis, do you recognize any of our other players? Anything you want to comment?
I believe I've played with Abstieg Krieger in 7 Years' War. They one of the German language players.
Abstiegskrieger. I wanted to see if Brian could pronounce that one. Abstiegskrieger.
That's why I immediately handed it off. So,
but I think Varmint is somebody that has placed well before. I know I've reported on the results with a game with Varmint before.
Absolutely.
Varmint and Eladan both sound familiar to me as well.
Well, regardless of whether or not they are known to us from the past, they're about to become known to us starting right now. So, David, this one, I believe, is yours. So, Spring 1901, take us away.
All right. We've got the French opening where they don't go to Burgundy at all. So, that's a trustful opening. Russians holding in Moscow, something you don't see very often, probably for good reason. Now you might see it here where you've got Galicia as a demilitarized zone. So that might be the reason why they didn't want to go north. Usually if you're going to do this, you would go north or even go to Sev or order something like that. The Italian holding is something we don't see as much now in the virtual world as we used to, but we're certainly seeing it here.
Yeah, that opening to Picardy used to be very common when I played Extended Deadline, and I wonder if it's still popular in Extended Deadline in a way it just has never really caught on in virtual or the face-to-face world.
It used to be a very popular opening when I started playing face-to-face decades ago, but you're right, it hasn't been popular in a long time. In this situation, you've got the three-way bounce in Belgium. That's always fun to see. The Russians do get Sweden, and the Russians take Romania with the fleet, which is consistent with having an arrangement with Austria here. Austria leaving Trieste to go to Vienna, and then the Italians coming in to Trieste and moving in with the army, that is really weird. And you wonder what Austria is doing there. They must have been talked into some kind of deal that Italy then backed out of. Is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, maybe they were expecting Italy to go to the Aegean Sea and they were going to do the Trieste loan, and Italy went, I'm not going to do that. But Italy, perhaps worried by that DMZ in Galicia and the fact that Austria seemed so pro-Russia immediately and wanted to cover Trieste at the start, didn't suggest the most trust between AI. Yeah, Braveheart's paid a bit of a painful price.
Well, and often the result of something like that is that you just get kicked out of Trieste in the spring, and Austria just basically suicides to the west. And that's a reason why doing this as Italy can be, even if you are jumpy, can be really risky.
Yeah,
it's exactly what happens. Italians know that, so they go to Albania.
It is what happens, but Russia comes to Galicia and to Romania with armies, so I don't think the Austrian problems have been solved. I think that they're about to get far, far worse very soon. In the West, there's still no agreement over who can get Belgium, which, given this is an extended deadline game, is these people have been talking for 4 to 5 days straight, and still no one has managed to come up with a compelling reason for why they're the one who needs to get Belgium at this stage of the game. But it does look like EG cooperation. Germany goes into Burgundy, isn't bounced out, and goes up to Baltic to presumably attack Sweden.
Come on, Krieger. Don't hold in Marseille. You can do something else than holding there. Come on.
But it turns out that actually holding in Marseille is exactly what you should do. Why move units when you can just use the power of your mind, David? Belgium goes to France out of absolutely nowhere, and great bit of play from France there. Germany takes Sweden, but does it with the army, which means that they've given Russia's pulled that off the board. There's probably some sort of deal with Russia here. Russia's lost St. Petersburg in the process, of course, but may be able to take that back in future. Although Warsaw's gone to Silesia, so maybe it's not a deal. Maybe it is just a hostile war. Russia also takes Budapest, whilst Italy takes Serbia and Trieste back, and Turkey takes Greece. So when I said that Austria's troubles weren't over, I was perhaps underselling it.
Yeah, when Austria suicides to the west like that, it's not that they think they're going to do fine. They just want to make sure the Italians don't do well. That didn't really work here, but they were trying. I'm not sure I understand the pulling the fleet. If you think you're in a fight in the north and you're Russia, why do you pull the fleet? Unless it's a deal. But if it's a deal, why Silesia? I mean, the whole thing is a little bit puzzling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Silesia's going to drop to Bohemia. There we go. That was the only thing I could think of for why Germany might be receptive towards that sort of thing. And if Silesia is going around, then that would actually make sense.
And it's now Germany moving their fleets west. I mean, you don't do that, and you're still working with the English. That's not the way that works. So I assume this is now Germany deciding that instead of Russia, they're going to go after England instead, which is part of the deal, I think. Turkey switches here. Had not really gone anywhere north, and now they go completely north. So they're throwing in. I don't know if this is the night of the IT, but it certainly looks like it.
This is exactly the kind of stream I want. 3 games, 3 ITs. Long may this continue for the rest of the night. I reckon Brian but to cherry pick these games just to make me happy.
We certainly haven't had good Austria so far.
Yeah, saw the broadcast crew. I was like, oh, okay, picking this game.
Yep. All right. So the Russians, killing that fleet there, but defending themselves just in case with a supported attack on Greece, which, I guess is okay. I guess maybe they thought they were going to lose their army and they wanted to be able to retreat somewhere. That's another possibility. Germans are intervening already in the south. They've got a guy in Tyrolia with their Russian friend there supporting them in. And as you can see, they've taken the North Sea, while England has prioritized messing with the French, who are messing with them, as opposed to worrying about the North Sea.
Yeah, I think when England's under attack from both France and Germany, you basically have to make a decision about which of them you're going to defend from, because you cannot effectively defend from both. So, and if you try and effectively defend from both, you just lose to both and die very quickly. If you focus all of your attention on fighting one, you can try and unbalance the alliance or frustrate one of them enough into stabbing someone else and find your way back into the game. So perhaps England has chosen to frustrate France, stop them taking anything, and hope that France then turns on Germany as a result.
The Italy at +2, this is a real decision point here. I was going to say, what do you build here? And if it's 2 fleets, they can still go either direction. So we'll see what happens here.
I think it's exactly what England would have wanted to see. So Italy does come west with most of those units. Goes up to Adriatic and Ionian, which is perhaps a reaction to the fact Turkey's still got 2 fleets in the Med, which makes it a little uncomfortable to IT. Italy's making sure they can always defend Ionian even while they've committed west. And given how far ahead IT are of the sort of counterparts in the west, that's the sort of thing you're able to do. Russia loses Romania and chooses not to retreat to Serbia, which was wide open, but which they have probably surmised they would be kicked straight back out of. So they've decided to focus on that sort of Warsaw, Moscow, Ukraine area and hope they can hold things back a little longer. Maybe Silesia's there to help them. Maybe. It doesn't bode well for them that Germany's pulled out of Tyrolia, though. Meanwhile, Germany convoys into Norway and keeps North Sea, which is very nice, and also means that Germany isn't taking those English dots and annoying France by getting there before them. They're just going up and taking Scandinavia and saying, I'm not taking the English home dots either. We're going at the same pace, France. Just don't look over that side of the board.
You know, I'm going to say, if you've got 3 French armies that don't go anywhere, that's perfectly fine, but you got to know the Italians could jump here. There's no reason not to be in Burgundy. I know you think you may got to deal with Germany, but you can explain that by saying you need to be in Burgundy to help support Marseille. Now he's lost Marseille or Spain, but it doesn't matter which one.
There was also no need to put Mid-Atlantic into Channel rather than Brest. And if you're still in Mid-Atlantic, you just have a much better defensive position against this sort of attack.
Yep. It was just, I know that I'm sure that the negotiations were that Kelly was going to go east, but you got to trust and verify.
Yeah.
And that would have been better.
But either way, it's Italy taking Marseille and getting into Western Med, and France not reacting by bringing any fleets back. They've taken the convoy into London, which Germany does help them take, and they're relying on everything working out in the south. I guess maybe they're hoping Turkey stabs. I'm not sure. Either way, IT just continue mopping up the rest of Russia, who has pushed up and taken St. Petersburg with German support. So that was another bad turn for England. Yeah.
Don't you think Krieger really needed to pull Irish Sea back to the Mao here? Not really sure why you don't. Some
it had to be going back to Mao. Although I suppose the counterpoint is that even if you're in Mao, Spain's still not defensible, really. So maybe you're writing off Spain and Marseille.
Yeah. Do you want to? How much do you want to lose? You got to get back at some point. I mean, I know you get back now, but that's not the point. All right. No, I'm sorry. This is me. So let's see. So the Russians go back down into Russia. Turkey is trying to let the Italians disengage here and by just holding their units, but also going around to the Galicia with support of the Italians. So it's IT moves, but those 2 Turkish fleets, I mean, if I'm Italy, don't I want that fleet to go back to Caen or something here? I'm not sure how that's going to work out really for Kelly. Looking on the west, France did prioritize leaving his units up there so he could take English centers, and he's moving to do that. But gosh, is he losing his position in the south, though.
It's also a really interesting decision to retreat to Gascony rather than to Portugal. Presumably Mid-Atlantic's going to cover Portugal, but that means you're leaving a big hole in Mid-Atlantic, which Italy could take the guess on going straight for. If you're confident Germany's going to support you to Edinburgh and you'll get Liverpool as well, maybe this gamble will pay off, though, for Abstieg Krieger.
Maybe. It does pay off in the sense that the Italians don't do. I mean, the Italians have got all kinds of fleets coming, though. It's not like you're going to keep Mao long here. But they do take both centers in England, which was the whole point of leaving those units up there. So Nicholas did follow through there. Nicholas puts the fleet in St. Pete as opposed to the army. That's an interesting decision there. Maybe that was the deal with Turkey here somehow, because he's putting the Turks into Warsaw. Turks also
Which is it's kind of difficult to understand why you would put the Turks into Warsaw here. Turkey's walked into Serbia as well, which you can presume is probably a stab. Russia had just set up that really nice defensive line in Warsaw, Ukraine, Moscow, that they'd spent a few years trying to secure that area and be able to hold, and Germany had been on their side. You had St. Petersburg in pocket whenever you wanted. Did you need to take it now? I'm not sure. I kind of think that maybe, I don't know, go down to Bohemia with Silesian support and start pressurizing Italy from that side. Don't let Turkey
McCullough, you don't
take
know how to play
Russia.
You don't know how to play Germany. You don't know how to play Germany. Don't be trying to give advice about playing Germany. If that was a stab, though, why did the Turks not go to the Ionian with support? You know? Well, it can't be a
If
stab.
it's not a stab. Yeah, but if it's not a stab, then again, we have an IT tonight where we have people making deals that I don't entirely understand. We had it a lot in the first game when it was the other way around, and Darcy was giving centers up to Jamal and letting Jamal sit all around Turkey. And in this one, we have. I don't think there was a strong case for Varmint being giving Serbia here. Like, what do those extra armies do that Italy couldn't have done anyway?
My guess is that Kelly didn't know that Turkey was going to get Warsaw there, right? So that there was some kind of rearrangement because Turkey was getting too far behind. So that's why they get Serbia, not knowing that Turkey was also going to get Warsaw. Now they're going to get Moscow and they're going to get lots of stuff. So, of course, they built the two armies. They're totally friendly. I'm friendly. I built two armies. I just don't see what.
I just don't see what one army even was doing for the alliance. That, like, Turkey was in Galicia before. Where was there a big vacuum that was crying out for Turkey to get armies into that Italy should have been happy to let them have?
Well, he was behind in center count. Center count matters. It's not just holding. It's not just units. It's center count. He was behind.
Extended deadline. It's 1905. Does it matter that much at this stage? 9899. What's the difference?
That rascally varmint.
Let's pause here. We'll play Who Do You Like? So it looks like we didn't. I skipped over the adjustment. Sorry about that. Yeah. So David, your call. So your first pick.
That rascally varmint is actually who I would want to play here. Not just because he's gotten the better of the whole Serbia question we were just debating for apparently no good reason, but he's just in a better position. It's not just that he's got Moscow in hand. It's just like, what else does he have to do except plow into Italy at some point? And can Italy really defend himself or herself? I don't know who Kelly is.
If not Varmint, then who?
I think Germany. I think Nicholas still has a shot, especially if France is annoyed enough at Italy that they don't mind giving a couple dots to Germany later on. It looks like France, even though they got a build there, they're going to be squabbling over Mid-Atlantic for a long, long time, which means Germany has a lot of time to go and try and take some dots in the east. Warsaw should be takeable. Moscow maybe not, and then it will depend on your relationship with Italy and Turkey. All right, so in 06 we see France getting convoyed back to Belgium, which it's nice from Germany as it lets France go and pressurize the south a bit more, but it also means that if Germany wants to take Edinburgh later, hey, now they can. So a bit of a win-win in both ways there. They've also decided to push down to Bohemia rather than take Warsaw, which is an interesting decision. I'm not sure I'd have focused on Italy over Turkey in this position. Turkey's moved up to Moscow. Turkey is charging forward with all these armies and is really getting the upper hand positionally. So I think that if you go after Italy, you're just risking making the Turk even bigger.
Again, they just must have a relationship because Finland really should be in St. Pete. I understand that maybe you could convoy through Norway and blah, blah, blah. I think I just would have put the army in St. Pete almost in any situation. So you could have some negotiation leverage, if nothing else, about Russia, about the Russian centers.
Yeah. I mean, Russia was supporting you into Warsaw and you didn't take it, which is just a very interesting decision at this stage of the game. Turkey left Ukraine open as well, so perhaps they were somewhat expecting it to, or wary of it being taken. They were avoiding the piff, which is important for Turkey. Turkey cannot afford forward units getting piffed at any stage of the game, but particularly when they're trying to charge forwards. It's such a momentum killer when you have to build so far back. So that was really smart to leave Ukraine open.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Ian, I don't know the exact possible end dates for this. Based off the name of the game, it's a secret end. I think that our players don't know also. I did not confirm that, though. If there's anybody in chat that knows, or anybody watching this after that wants to put something into the comments to explain that, that would be appreciated. What I do know is that I have played Nexus Press League in the past, and I would say a typical Nexus Press League game is going to go to at least like 1913, 1915, 1917-ish. So it's definitely longer than your typical virtual diplomacy league games.
And fall 1906, Turkey continues pushing armies upwards, as I think Germany is beginning to pay a bit of a price for not going against Turkey when they had the opportunity. The IT is for now sort of still sticking together. Turkey's just sort of surrounding the Italian position, but Italy had to prioritize who to fight, and they're not letting Germany advance, which makes sense, but is really handing Varmint control of this game at this stage of it. France finally gets back into mid-Atlantic, so woohoo. That war can now be stalemated for even longer.
This is another reason why Varmint's in such a good position.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true that Turkey doesn't have a lot to do once they take Warsaw. I mean, that's true. But they just have to bide their time, I would think. Well, they're actually going backwards, putting the guy in 7. I guess that was part of the deal with the Germans. I'm not going to mess with you, but don't leave 2 guys on St. Pete because I want some flexibility, so I can go convoy to Edinburgh and things like that. Try to take Belgium. So now this is going to help the Italians significantly to move on France like this, but I'm not sure Nicholas thought he had much of a choice. He's got to do something to change the equation here, or he's not going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas had missed the train in terms of getting his growth in the East. He didn't take Warsaw when the opportunity was there, and Turkey was in a position to deny it for forever going forward. So he decided to roll the dice, hope that he can make some growth in the West, which is a big gamble because France could throw everything at you to punish this, and if so, it won't be you that gets the big benefit. It will be either Italy or Turkey.
Yeah, and there's
he
no
can take Belgium now, right? He can take both Belgium and Edinburgh and London.
No,
either London or Belgium, but not both, probably.
I like this gamble, but it was absolutely a gamble. There's no guarantee that Turkey's going to vacate Livonia. And if they'd stayed Livonia, Moscow, then you've got nothing to defend St. Pete. Then Scandinavia is going to just collapse after that. That's a pretty big risk.
I think Nicholas is making the right move. I don't think he made the right move to put himself in this position necessarily. But now that he's in this position, I'm not sure I'd hate it. I mean, you got to do something.
I like that decision. I think my question is that the right decision for Varmint?
Varmint's got to decide where the armies are going to go. And it turns out
they're
going to
go. They're going to go there.
Yeah.
Oh, he does take Belgium too. Wow. I guess he does. I forgot about Munich. Yeah, that's right. So he was going to take all 3 of these centers, which he did.
And takes Liverpool, as France prioritizes making sure Italy doesn't break through mid-Atlantic, which is a fascinating decision. The one criticism I suppose you can have is that he's not actually freed up enough of his home dots to build from all of these centers he's just taken. And so he goes +3, but only gets to put 1 of them down, which is a little painful. I feel like Berlin to Kiel was just not the correct move. Even if you didn't expect this from Turkey, just go to Silesia, go to Prussia, go to somewhere, try and open 2 of the centers for the builds.
Although I think you just proved that you don't always need to have all your builds spots. I think you just proved that in your game. But I'm not sure you were ever playing too short. Yeah, this is
Well, we've got
fascinating
Fleet
that
Berlin,
Varmint
which
has
is
done this.
Fleet Berlin makes sense when you're losing St. Petersburg as well, because it means that St. Petersburg retreats to Norway, Berlin can go up to Sweden. So even though it looks really weird when you're being attacked from the Warsaw direction, this is to protect the rest of Scandinavia, and then maybe later in the game you can go and take St. Pete back. So I actually really like that fleet build there.
What does Kelly do now? Do you keep going and try to get some centers, or do you come back and realize that that Turkey is a real threat here? I mean, I know Germany's at 11, but obviously they're getting ready to lose at least one of those.
Well, France has pulled everything out of the mid-Atlantic area, so you've at least got Portugal in pocket, and you have to start planning for, was Turkey just letting me grow until I actually made a breakthrough, and is Turkey about to stab me? Because that's what I'd be worried about.
So,
Although it's not a great stab, is it? At this point, I don't know.
what would that stab look like from this position?
You got to pull army. You got to pull an army down into Romania, for example.
Romania or Albania, yeah.
Maybe both. Instead, they continue to work together. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no reason for Italy. I mean, for Turkey to do a stab when you're taking St. Pete and things like that. And yet now that you're taking St. Pete, you can maybe leak into Finland or somewhere. Once you start leaking into Scandinavia, that's really fun if you're the Turks or any Eastern power.
The flip side is that the best way to stab Italy is to lure them out of position, and Trieste has just gone away, and now maybe you tap Vienna and you can take Budapest to make it a full stab that's just a lot more effective. That wouldn't shock me, given you've taken St. Petersburg, and you're sort of at the limit of what you're ever going to take.
Now, don't sell him short. He's going to have two armies up there, see? Don't sell him short. There's an Italian coming to help. There's an Italian coming to help in North Atlantic.
That is true. As Italy has passed up on taking Portugal, which I don't entirely understand. I think that Italy is one army short of having a pretty secure position around Austria that you really could have done with reinforcing by taking Portugal. And the problem with leaving Portugal is taking it later is always more annoying. So I'm always of the perspective that take Portugal at the very first opportunity, and then you don't have to ruin momentum 2 years later going backwards to take it.
Well, you can always take it later from Spain, so it might not be all that. But the real issue here is a strategic question. You don't really want France to be strong. You want them to be weak, so that helps Germany, which is trying to contain the Turks. So from a geopolitical point of view, I think Italy's possibly made the wrong decision here. I mean, it's fine to leave centers that you can take later and use the French as a friend, but I'm not sure you want the French to be attacked. You want to be killing the French and having the Germans maybe take some France too.
Who's going to get Liverpool?
The French. I mean, he's clearly thrown in with he's let the French throw in with him, and so he's going to try to help or whatever. So that's what's happening here, but I'm just not sure I understand it. Now, the Turks are continuing to move around and go into anti-German positions. So it's so far so good if you're Kelly.
Which you'd have to imagine is good diplomatic management. This is the thing in an IT. If you don't break in the mid game, you have to have Turkey be the one that's parlaying into Germany. Because if Italy is up in Bohemia, Silesia, Turkey has so few places to send its units that Italy's just in the way everywhere. So, of course, Turkey stabs Italy. So it's really important from an alliance perspective to make sure Turkey has somewhere to keep moving those units towards that isn't you. So whether this was deliberate or not, Kelly's got that worked out quite nicely at the moment, and it does alleviate a lot of the pressure that would otherwise be there.
The problem is you could give Turkey these centers, they could stab you anyway. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, they were going to take Berlin because that wasn't stoppable. Italy does try to get to the Norwegian to help with the whole Scandinavia situation, but is blocked, which is interesting. Now Portugal is lost because Liverpool was taken. So now you can take their Portugal. That was probably the deal.
It was, but I still Like now, wouldn't you rather be in mid-Atlantic going to Channel, that sort of thing?
I would have taken it from Spain myself. I know that's a little risky with Marseille, but I think I would have taken it from Spain and used Mao to go to the English Channel or something.
Or Mao to Brest. That would have been quite fun.
Or Mao to Brest, yeah.
I don't think you overly care about those French armies and what they're doing at this stage. So
again, I actually think you want the French armies to die. I just think this is if you were just IT forever and it's a draw-based system or something, a Dixicon system or something where you get a fine result if there's an IT and they're both big, then great. That's not what this is. This is a lead-based thing, and Turkey's going to be in the lead if you weaken the German.
And Turkey has taken Berlin and St. Petersburg. These really are the limit of centers they can get. Like Kiel is not in any normal game. Yes, technically it's doable if France is helping you and you can just completely break the line. But at that point,
maybe
Turkey's
Munich
so far ahead.
Turks could take Munich, maybe.
Yeah, but then what's Italy getting?
I mean, honestly, the answer should be Serbia. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do here. If you're going to really want to keep an alliance together, is that Italy should be ceding some centers to the Italians here potentially. I mean, it depends on the situation, but that's what I would possibly be thinking.
So we'll pause here again. Any change in who you like, David?
Not really. I am glad that Kelly has gotten this far, because I was concerned that wouldn't happen for Kelly. But I still think that Varmint is in a better position.
Do you see continued growth, or do you think they're going to fizzle out? And
are you talking about the Turks?
Yeah, for the Turks.
Yeah, I can see growth by attacking the Italians, which is eventually going to happen, unless the game ends soon and they like where they are now. Listen, I love to play an alliance to the end. I love that kind of game. So if you can do that and still come ahead in the game, and Italy's got a decent score and all that, I mean, maybe that's how this ends, is that they've just decided they're going to be friends and Italy doesn't mind being the second fiddle.
Michaelis,
Italy. Well, I certainly don't like the German position anymore. I think that the ship has mostly sailed on that front. Italy has possible chances if the game goes into one of those weird games where the stalemate line just collapses and both sides just keep pushing across it, because then Italy could make late sort of steam for something else. They get Brest, they get Summit in the English homeland, and if they can hold off a Turkish stab for that long, Turkey is going to start losing out on opportunities to actually make a good convincing stab, because Budapest is something that Turkey's always got the option of stabbing. If Italy puts down a couple more armies, they're never going to lose more than Budapest, really. And then if Italy makes more growth in the West, that can be enough. That was the gamble I made in the broadcaster brawl when I was in an IT with Ed Sullivan, and I had two centers in Budapest and Greece in that game, where I was like, I'm probably going to lose those centers at some point, so I just need to still be winning even without them. And if you can get that far ahead from the sort of chaos that's happening between FG, then maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, I would never say that Italy has no chance. I just think their position, and this is what you do now. Maybe take a shot at Brest here. It's clearly what's going to happen, or potentially going to happen.
Well, it's guaranteed if you want it. So that's absolutely the correct move. Brest has to be the next stop, and then you've got to start looking at London or Liverpool and trying to push up that way. I like this decision to send another fleet west. You want a third fleet up in the north.
Yeah, Munich is taken here with the German army piffed in the spring.
Yep.
And the Germans are prioritizing going to Helgoland and Holland, not even worrying about Belgium.
And the Turks are coming. So the highlight here is that Turkey has made their move. They've gone to Albania and Greece. They've pulled out of Black Sea. They've attempted to take Budapest, but Italy has seen it coming and has blocked it. So Turkey's made a 0-dot stab while Italy's building. And
why would you do that and move your army? Why would you do all? If that's a stab, why would you do that and go to Prussia and Livonia? That doesn't make any sense.
I think it's to try and hold on to St. Petersburg, given that they must have expected Germany to be doing what they're doing. Maybe they sniffed it out. Maybe being extended deadline, it was just told to them. So I think they want to hold on to St. Petersburg for longer.
Prussia's a perfectly fine place from a historical point of view, but explain to me why the Turks would need to be there right now. I just don't get it.
It's to make sure there's a retreat from Munich if something goes horribly wrong, I guess. As I said earlier, you don't want PIFs, so if you get kicked out of Munich by some sort of Germany, France, Italy cooperation, maybe then you want to leave it open for a retreat.
If that was a stab, you use Bohemia to make sure that you take an Italian center. You don't Schmunich. If you really are trying to stab the Italians, you wouldn't bother with Munich. You would be using Bohemia to attack the Italians, I think. So I don't know if that was a stab or not.
You can't be building bringing the Third Fleet into the Med and it not be a stab. And Italy shouldn't be buying that, even if it was some sort of agreement.
I think you're right, but I guess my point is I'm not sure I like that if you're going to stab. But here he goes. He takes Budapest anyway.
Yeah, Italy decides not to. Trieste gone to Albania.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, these are not the moves, unfortunately, from Kelly there.
I mean, you got to go to Budapest or Serbia there, I think.
And walking out of English Channel, by the time that ever gets back to the Med, the war's over. Just stay up there. Try and take something else. Even if you've got some deal with Germany, maybe try take Liverpool, try take London. Just take something with it because, hey, that bill could be really useful and a lot more useful than sending it back to mid-Atlantic on a lonely foray home before it inevitably gets disbanded because you've lost units elsewhere.
Well, I mean, there was going to be an IT war. There's now an IT war. And we'll see, maybe Nicholas somehow can bounce back here because of the war and the situation that they're in. I mean, maybe. I don't know how long this game is going to go.
This is true. Yeah. I mean, Nicholas is back up to 9. He's going to lose London, which is completely undefended. Mid-Atlantic's still there, and so I know Italy has a disband, but do keep Mid-Atlantic on the board because then you can walk up and take Liverpool when France takes London. So, yeah, that's an opportunity and one that they really need. Turkey didn't force Ionian because they didn't want to deal with a retreat to Eastern Med, but given that you were building, oh no, they're not building because they lost St. Petersburg. Okay, so that does make sense then. Maybe you just need to shift those fleets back across to cover that line and try and put the army into Albania.
We've got Varmint in chat giving us a little bit of insight here. Our possible end dates are 1910 to 1920. That's
a big window.
Range. That really is. That's a secret end that's all over the place.
Yeah. So that's going to be fun. So it could end right now. Oh, gotta love this.
And what that means is that you have to be trying to stay on top at the end of every year. So in a game where normally you may be planning 2-3 years ahead, you're still sort of doing that, but you're also dot counting every single year, trying to stay on top. You can't make a short-term sacrifice for long-term gain because you have no idea if there's going to be a long-term to make the gain from.
Yeah, and that's just one of my favorite things I've seen with Nexus Press League. They do waves of games every 2 weeks. And within those waves, they will have little variants in rules like that. So some games will be anonymous, some of them won't. Some of them will have a random end time, some of them won't. And it just helps keep things interesting and dynamic. And I will say, I don't think I've ever seen a game with a 1910 to 1920 potential random end date. So that
is really, and there it goes.
And there we go.
There we go. I mean, you assume that this ended by time. This may have ended by agreement.
It might have. Yeah, it could have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's not a lot that Turkey's likely to lose in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would vote for it. I don't think there is anyone on this board that I could see a really strong argument of turning down the draw here.
Yeah.
Well, net result, we've got Varmint coming out on top, 13 center Turkish top, played a pretty solid IT throughout the game until they made their move at the end. David, what was the main storyline for you of this game?
The fact that Varmint was able to go around Italy, get those positions, and still be able to stab. So I just think that the alliance was not balanced in Italy's favor like it should have been. And IT, as much as McCullis likes it, it is an inherently dangerous thing for Italy to do when the Turks have two fleets in the mid. So that had to be rebalanced better than that. And of course, that one move where they didn't go to either Budapest or Serbia with the army, and I just didn't think that was a good guess. But honestly, Varmint just played really well, and so did Kelly. Played really well. That whole Western invasion really worked out pretty well. And at the end, they were holding a bunch of centers with not very many units. That's what you want. If you're the Italians, you've got two fronts. You've got to be able to hold one of them diplomatically and the other one with military force. He was able to succeed with that. So I thought that was really good play for both of them. But Varmint just had a better position.
Varmint had a better position. I don't think Kelly took quite enough gambles. I think that given that Turkey had such a better position, you have to take more gambles as Italy, and so you have to make those guesses on Budapest, and you have to make those guesses in the north. Try and take stuff up there. It's not necessarily great odds that you'll get any of them, but if you make enough of them, you'll probably get something, and that's how you can maybe keep pace with a Turkey that's in a much better position.
You certainly won't win the guess if you don't try to make it.
Exactly.
Well, next, we're going to move on to another one, Anonymous and Secret End. And I believe that this time, David, I believe you are getting the break. Is that correct?
Probably.
Yes, it is. So we'll bring Ben back on. David, thank you. Ben, welcome back.
Hey, it's the night of the IT, huh?
It is. See if the trend continues with this one. McCullis, any names that you want to point out for this one?
Well, we see Varmint again, so see if they can play as well in this one as they did in the last one. And Spiros Dovas, who will be hosting WDC Athens in 2026. And I believe has only got into the hobby sort of about a year ago, but has been pretty happy playing a lot of online extended deadline and virtual, and really throwing himself in and getting involved. So great to see him.
Glad we
Good guy to play with. I've played with him before. He says he's got a club going there in Greece somewhere, probably in Athens, and getting on the world stage quickly. And we'll see if Mr. Nabla or Nabla in Austria has any better luck here than we've had in the past. Oh, who's first? Brian.
McCullis, why don't you lead off?
This is maybe not the start you want as Austria. So Austria goes to Galicia and Romania, which is an opening I've not seen in a very long time. Whilst Italy goes to Trieste and Venice and instantly punishes you for it. That's rough. Turkey also does the old-fashioned opening where you move both armies up, and this is exactly why this old-fashioned opening was so popular for so long. If Italy makes an early attack on Austria, and Austria does something unusual, now Bulgaria can try for Serbia, try for Greece, so make some sort of deal and maybe get you 2 builds in 01. So that's fascinating, and Russia opening north will be cursing the Austrians after that as well. So Austria is sort of in a tough position with all 3 neighbours, and it's only spring 01. The West, meanwhile, has a bounce in the English Channel. England doesn't go to Wales, so it's not the most anti-French that it could have been. But, of course, the downside of that is you don't have 2 on Norway. And now with Varmint opening north, England doesn't have any guaranteed build. So a couple of countries who've had pretty rough starts here in this game.
Yeah, what a difficult situation for England and Austria.
But it turns out that because this is extended deadline, this is a Kila Panto. And so Trieste goes to Serbia, and we see an actual full-on Kila Panto combined with the Blue Water variant where Austria is going to Ionian Sea and Greece is going to Aegean. So someone's been reading some online articles from the 1980s and has put this one together. This is the sort of thing you can see online that you very rarely see in person, where you can hash this out over hours or even days to try and put this sort of thing together. Cool, great. Let's see if it works. I'm yet to see a Key Lepanto actually work for Austria and Italy, but maybe this will be the exception. The West, meanwhile, this is a bad game for England. That hasn't changed. Germany is +3, having taken Sweden because Russia's let them in, and Russia's just walked straight into Norway. Maybe Varmint didn't want to go +3 and thought they would get rum. I don't know. Interesting that it's Germany getting Sweden in 0-1. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't. And you have, you've got some unusual play here with the fleet in Sweden and the army in Denmark, and with the Austrian fleet in Ionian. It will be interesting to see how Tunis is negotiated.
I'm going to have to sit back and do some counting after this, but I wonder if this is about as high tempo a AI as you could possibly get. It is definitely among the most high tempo AIs I've ever seen.
Yeah, you often see in this key situation, Albania gets stuck there because it tries to go to Greece. Bulgaria bounces back. But with Turkey not getting Bulgaria, I think actually having the Austrian fleet free is preferable as long as Italy trusts them.
It's super fragile, though.
And both of them have only got one build. So for all of the fun of this, they're not actually in that great a position overall. Greece is Turkish instead of Austrian, which it probably should be.
So Romania comes down into Budapest while we get the convoy with the Austrian fleet to Tunis instead of with the Italian fleet. Interestingly, Naples just stays there, I guess, for defensive purposes instead of moving out to Tyrrhenian, which is the difficulty of the Austrian fleet being there. Turkey's trying to move forward. Germany moves everything south, I guess, is cooperating with Russia. England starts to move against Germany and maybe has gotten France on side. So maybe a bit of a reprieve for Captain Bibi over there.
Yeah, or we'll see Siobhan Nolan proven right and the English armies go to Belgium to die. This is the thing when you don't have builds as Austria and Italy, or as many builds as you should have. You're incredibly vulnerable to something like this happening. And Germany, who was +3, has gone, oh, look, I can walk down there, and there's a very good chance I'll be able to walk straight into Venice or Trieste or Vienna or something like that. So Spiros is punishing AI for their old textbook openings, and we'll see whether they can sort of salvage something here.
It's a reversal of when Germany moves into North Sea, doesn't get any army builds, and then the East comes across. Germany's actually coming across because the East got too aggressive without getting any builds coming to defend themselves.
So this is going to be interesting to watch. It's very, very much outdated in today's meta, but you've got the Richard Sharp, like Austria and Germany should be played together as one country. They'll go down to Russia, lose to Russia and Turkey if they don't play that way. If we see Germany attacking Austria here, I'm really curious to see, are we going to see something like that happen here? Will that imbalance the game in Russia's favor? Or if it's Italy, I don't think we'll see it as much, but I'm going to be watching that pretty closely.
Right, they do have a choice here. They can only make one move with Tyrolia, and Venice is the guaranteed one.
The interesting thing, like, given Sweden and what we've seen around there, you can assume that there's some pretty close cooperation going on between Germany and Russia. So Germany might not be upset if they unbalance the game in Russia's favor in the south. It kind of looks like Germany's primary ally is Russia at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm wondering what the impact of that decision is going to be. This will be a good case study for us to watch.
So Russia does push down towards Austria while Germany moves into Venice. Meanwhile, Italy takes Greece, so they will be building one despite the loss of Venice. France takes the automatic build there, and supports Belgium, but doesn't make any aggressive moves. Germany leaks out into North Sea because England prioritizes defending Belgium, I guess. But if they knew they had the French support, they didn't really need it. That's a mistake by England, I think. Russia stays in Sweden.
Yeah, so England's got to build, Italy's got to build, Austria's got to build. In all cases, you could say, the builds have solved their issues. And sort of, but not. Austria and Italy may be able to push Venice back and deal with that road unit. Albania may well come off the board, but the Russian is getting really strong position. And if you're fighting Germany and Russia and they're working together, this builds aren't enough to solve that. Maybe if Austria was putting 2 down right now, and then you could deal with both at the same time, it'd be a different equation.
It's funny when you see RG, you often see a lot of strength in the north and a lot of Russian northern power. I mean, you're not seeing that here. It's a different direction for a Russia-Germany alliance.
Yeah. I mean, now we do see the fleet in Sweden come across to start dealing with England. Germany has prioritized piffing held land, which makes sense, I think, given that EF are working together. You want to tighten your defensive position up a bit more, then that's probably the best way to do it. I don't love the self-bounce into Tyrolia, though. I think there were much better things you could do. And the fact that Venice doesn't retreat to Trieste is quite a surprise. Given that you're working with Russia, Russia probably wants you in Trieste, even if you're not going to keep it. And I just don't see what Tuscany actually does for you when Trieste was right there.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to collaborate with France given what's happening, so it's not a very useful unit.
Perhaps playing as one country.
I mean, France could take Belgium from Ruhr and balance it out, but yes, that's not what they're doing. They are fighting Germany. And of course, the big winner is Russia, who gets into North Sea with German support. So Russia is in the North Sea in 1903. You don't get to see that very often, especially when it wasn't until spring 1903 that they had a unit next to it. So they only needed 1 turn, 1 fleet, straight in there. Great. That's what you call efficiency. German efficiency is known worldwide, but Russian efficiency is what we're seeing right there. And they get into Romania as Austria and Italy continue to beat up on the Turk. They get the Turk back out of Bulgaria and get into Smyrna. So Turkey is collapsing, but isn't dead yet. And they will get a rebuild, which they'll be able to defend Kholm with. And of course, it's just Russia growing on both fronts this turn.
They've got Munich surrounded now. The France has got Munich surrounded, and it's been interesting how that Tyrolia army's moved all the way across like that. So now it's my turn, right? You were odds, I was evens. Yep. So it does move right into Munich with Ruhr cutting to ensure that. Meanwhile, England's getting back into North Sea. Interesting move by Russia to retreat back to Scandinavia instead of forward to English Channel. Sort of seems like the power shifted a little bit towards the EF. And then we see Russia's armies moving into Silesia and also into the Black Sea. So Russia's got only the one problem in the south, that they're losing Romania to the AI. And the Spanish fleet has to move into Marseille, which is a bit of an awkward position, but they needed to defend it.
Yeah, so this is the second time that GR in their sort of alliance have done a self-bounce that I think was not very efficient. Last time it was a self-bounce in Tyrolia. This time it's a self-bounce in Norway, which makes even less sense to me. I don't really get why you wouldn't just put Sweden into Norway. It suggests you want to stab Germany, and maybe Silesia is not there to help the German, but is there to attack them. But I think even then, you don't really want to give England a walk into Norway, and there must be better ways to go about it. What I will say is that Spiros, he's been under attack from an EF for a while, which is difficult, but he's been piffing unit after unit, and often when you're behind strategically because you're just outnumbered. If you can get these little piffs, you can really extend the fight. And he's doing an excellent defensive job. First, he's piffed held land. Now he's piffed Ruhr. If you can sort of keep that going for a long time, you can frustrate people a lot and maybe force the stab.
So he gets Munich right back, although unfortunately loses Berlin. Russia does make the move you were talking about, Michaelis, into Denmark, into Berlin, and is going to be the big gainer here in the north, while England doesn't gain, and neither does France, although France does have a unit in Silesia now, which is fun. The south, Russia is going to lose the one, but is also getting into Galicia, which is a great position. And they're still in Black Sea. It seems like they try to keep Turkey in Constantinople, but instead Turkey moves and takes Bulgaria back. So they're not quite on the same page there, but it still works out okay. Turkey's on 2 the same way they would have been on 2 if they just stayed there. And Italy got Trieste. So arranged or not, unclear there. I didn't really see what happened in Greece.
It's probably arranged. Italy was supporting Austria into cons, so maybe Italy was saying, "Right, you've had the builds. Now it's my turn." I mean, this is the other problem with Aquila Panto is that you've mostly killed Turkey, but now you're just horribly enmeshed within each other, and Serbia and Trieste are just not ideal places to be for an AI at this stage when they're Italian units there.
Yeah, this will finally give the Tunis army the opportunity to do something besides sit there stranded, now that there's another fleet adjacent. Although
there's a hole in the line in Vienna, and the only unit that can cover it is Italian, which is just not really ideal.
I mean, you can switch it for Serbia, I guess, but does Austria really want to have only one home center left?
So we also see France putting the fleet down, which suggests Italy's going to have problems from the west. And so you might be coming out of Tunis right as something else comes to attack it.
Yeah, so maybe you're leaving it. Nope, you are convoying. And it's your turn to talk about it, actually.
It is, yep. So we see a Lepanto convoy into Smyrna. And I think that does make sense. Even though France is going to be next to Tunis, you're hoping that you can make one turn of guesses on Tis or Tunis, and then your builds will make up for it. Elsewhere, if you can fill the hole in Vienna, why does Austria need any home centers at all? Let's just take Budapest as well. So Budapest gets backfilled, and this may be arranged. It may not. You have to note that Romania retreats to Serbia, so this could be some sort of hilarious, long planned way to even themselves out. I don't love it. Once again, for the second time in this game, Germany's going to have a walk into Venice, and it's only 1905, so you don't see Germany walking into Venice in one game very often. Being able to walk into it twice in a game is quite something. And yeah, Turkey is continuing to swap centers between Smyrna and Con and try and get something going. Russia gets back into Rum. England gets into Germany. France gets into Munich. So this sort of EFR that's killing Germany has a very short shelf life now, and you've got to have a bit of a moment to work out what's next.
Did Varmint just build that St. Petersburg army? Interesting. I mean, the army obviously keeps up the pretense that they're going to continue working together continually, but it's a lot less flexible than a fleet going forward.
Yeah, it suggests that maybe they want to work with England, and maybe France will be the one who is hopefully next from their perspective.
This feels like a wintergreen to me.
Might have more potential that way, but doesn't seem to be yet.
Well, it might feel like a wintergreen, but I don't think it is one. Pretty tough turn, actually, for Russia. They make the wrong guess. Maybe they were expecting a wintergreen and support into Serbia, but they lose Romania and they lose Denmark as well, as they make the wrong guess on whether to defend Norway or to defend Denmark, which is a pretty hefty reversal for them. Italy, having walked into 2 Austrian dots in spring, now walks out of both of them in full. Does get Romania supporting that in, and convoys an Austrian army into Constantinople, because why not keep the convoys up? They make the wrong guess on whether to defend Tis, so France has broken in there, and that means that Tunis is very vulnerable, and of course you've lost Venice, that German army.
Yeah, that's pretty difficult. And Germany might just camp out there now. They don't really have the ability to bring the unit back and take Munich back like they did the first time.
That's a really painful disband for Russia as well. There's basically nothing that you can safely disband, and in Black Sea is the closest you'll get. And if you disband Black Sea, you're giving up on gains in the south. Maybe you just disband Skagerrak and give up on Denmark.
Well, let's pause and play Who Do You Like? Nicholas, go to you first.
Well, it's definitely not that sort of AI mess where they're so entangled in each other. I would have liked Russia until last turn, so I guess it's which one of the EF you think has better position, and I kind of think it's England. I think that France is going to be fighting a war in the south, which we know can often take quite a long time, and you can end up just getting Tunis, and by that point England might be able to stab you. So yeah, I'm going to say Capt Bibi.
I was going to say the same thing, but I will say that because they only have one army on the continent here, it is a little bit less flexible for them to exert power on like the German centers. And France is going to have a build here, and maybe France picks up Tunis and disentangles a little bit, or work something out with England. So, I mean, with Germany. So I'll go with France.
It's like Michael's agreeing with you on that one. You have to trust me on this. I don't know the winner for this one, but I am going to pick Russia. I think I just get the sense that I don't feel like I've seen enough coordination in the West. And I think I've really liked what I've seen from Varmint. So we'll see.
Varmint's the big thing they have in their favor is if AI start fighting, because they're so horrendously entangled in each other, Russia is going to be able to sweep through quite a lot in that scenario. And that's basically what they're going to be praying for.
Yeah. But then it's just a race between them and France, I would imagine.
Just like in that earlier game that you were playing, Michaelis, I'll be really curious whether anyone can work anything out with Germany here, because they're right in the middle of everything. But this turn, it looks like England and Russia collaborate against Germany, take Denmark, and also France gets into Kiel. But England doesn't seem to have been so much on board with that, since they also tried to go to Kiel. Or no, they're interesting. England is probably cutting Kiel to ensure they took Denmark, but France took it. So it does show some sort of a lack of communication. But Belgium also held Holland, so England didn't quite have their own orders completely figured out. Anyway, France takes Tunis in the way that guarantees it, and Austria is moving back towards the middle while also taking Romania. Seems like a continued coordinated attack, but also Italy is going to be going down significantly unless Austria is able to move that army through, which is possible given that they're in Armenia as well. We'll be curious to see how that plays out going forward.
Yeah, this kind of looks really good for Austria and not very good for Italy. Good news that Italy does have in fall, of course, is that they somehow get back into Tunis, having lost it in spring. So that's a bit of a result, because France has decided to go to mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is curious. I guess they were worried NAF would slip in, but I think Italy had too many problems to worry about that.
Yeah, that's
Italy and Austria they just keep trading these dots between them.
I know it's very close coordination, but it's not that productive. I mean, it's sort of productive, but it's not the most efficient collectively. Funny thing is, everyone's just ignoring Venice. It's just sitting there. Germany says, okay, now I have German Venice, and I won't mess with you, and you don't mess with me. Austria and Italy prioritize finishing off Ankara, which keeps Smyrna in Italian hands, given that Romania is going over to Austria. Tyrolia becomes Italian. Tyrolia goes to Vienna, which becomes Italian. And France is continuing to push east. So still pretty good cooperation between France and England here, and Russia to a certain extent.
This does look like the term where EF has solidified and the relationship with Russia is gone. So up until this point, we had a couple of years where they've been working with Russia and they could have stabbed Russia, didn't do it. They all just kept focusing on let's kill Germany. And this is the term where they've gone, all right, cards on the table. This is just an EF. Sorry, Russia, you're next.
Right. They've continued moving across. And because Russia doesn't have any fleet power in the north, there's not much they can do about it aside from, no, there's not much they can do about it at all, actually.
Yeah.
Which they acknowledge by pulling their northern units, which makes sense.
A very dynamic, messy, but dynamic game. Pretty balanced. No one power seeming to resolve very well. So I think whoever can figure that out is going to have an advantage. I do kind of wish that I had picked Austria, not Russia as my wild card.
Well, that's what we were hoping for going into the game, right? Austrian that was actually playing as the game went on.
All right, so 1907, Russia is back into Warsaw and has defended Sev and Moscow with one unit, which is quite a feat, to be honest. The horse trading continues between Italy and Austria. This time, Austria is getting back into Vienna because they're letting Italy take Constantinople. Meanwhile, Germany finally tries to move Venice just to defend Rome, and maybe even agreed with Italy. Who knows? France retreats to Naples, but is probably going to be kicked out of it. Only if Germany covers Rome, so maybe not. Yeah,
they get kicked out, they might end up in Apulia. So it'll be interesting if they get dislodged, if they pull it, or if they want to keep having a harassing unit that could get behind the lines. Oh.
So they just go to Rome, and Germany does not bounce them out this time. Maybe that was what was agreed. Germany instead bounces Trieste with Austria, which is pretty good for them. France, meanwhile, gets back into Western Med as well and into Piedmont. They've opened it for a build. They've taken Belgium, which you would imagine is by agreement, given that all the other units have gone the other direction. So it's hard to see that as a stab, but it's also a case of if England was giving up a centre, why not take Norway? But it was right there.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I could see France making the argument that they really want to push south and they really want another southern fleet and let's go and have high tempo. But I would have really expected Norway to be taken either with the fleet or with the army convoyed over if they, if they wanted to really be high tempo. But you're sometimes if the fleet's hanging out in mid-Atlantic, you want to keep the army on the island just to be safe.
Yeah, you can say that Russia's doing helpful things holding back AI, but England needs their own path to a top, and that's going to involve getting growth, and the only centers they're going to grow through at this stage of the game is those Russian dots. So sooner or later you're going to have to take them. I'd rather do it sooner and get my units towards the line than later on and not be able to replace units on the line.
I really wonder if they knew they were losing Belgium. That just everything makes sense to me if you're not expecting to lose something. But I don't understand it.
It's just such a hard to understand stab if it wasn't, because like Berlin will fall immediately if that was a stab. So it's a net 0 for a center that you could probably have taken later or maybe negotiated your way into. I don't get why France would torpedo that alliance to stab there.
And those are not the builds I would expect if they were going to be anti-English.
Interesting, England pulls Holland, not Yorkshire. So they're prioritizing what they have the opportunity to defend. They basically turned an English fleet into a French fleet, which kind of makes sense in an EF, but it puts France in a much better position relative to England.
It still could swing around.
It could. I mean, England is sat on a lot more dots than France is.
What do you say, McAllis?
I say England is sat on a lot more dots than France is in terms of growth. Although it appears that France has got the support of the Austrians, so I believe this is your year.
Right, yeah, they're coming into Naples here and really shifting all their fleet south. they've walked out of. So maybe there was a little bit of discord there, and they've now said, okay, you can have Berlin to make up for it. At the same time, they're going to be able to convoy into Norway now. England is, straight into Norway, and then they'll have planned St. Petersburg the next year. And Austria's walked into 2 Italian centers in addition to the support into Naples. That seems like a full stab. Took me a minute to get there.
Yeah, I think this is just an Austrian stab on Italy. They've concluded that Italy is no longer necessary. I'm not sure I agree. I'm not sure I agree with the call. You had the upper hand in that relationship anyway, but maybe Italy was demanding something and that you weren't willing to give. Although given the Italian moves, I don't see what that would have been. Yeah, but it
France
seems
is
a
going to
little
have
early.
serious fleet superiority in the south now. They must have struck some sort of a deal with Austria, but if you have this level of fleet superiority, I don't think you back off of Austria. I think you try to get everything you can out of the south.
This is why it felt a bit too early. It's because it wasn't real. So this was all a bit of theatre, perhaps trying to lure an EF stab. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, France still gets Tunis, but yeah, that unit is piffed in Naples, which is a significant forward unit being lost. And England does take, interesting, they do take 2 from Russia, but instead of taking Sweden, they take St. Petersburg, which will make it a little harder to get the army forward.
Maybe, but you can always just support Norway to St. Petersburg next turn and move St. Petersburg back to Bothnia to take Sweden the next year. So you've got it in pocket.
I mean, yeah. I mean, assuming that Russia's more occupied with the AI than they are defending St. Petersburg. But if you're moving Bothnia out, then you could get blocked 2-on-2 in St. Petersburg, right?
True, but Russia has got a disband, and
you're
sort of looking to the point of the game where
thinking
Russia
about the
is
worst case scenario a little too much. Yeah.
Russia is rapidly declining as a factor in this game here.
England's got 3 builds and France has none. Are you doing anything with that or what?
I don't know. I mean, last time England had builds when France didn't. France was smart enough to bring a unit back to make sure Brest wasn't vulnerable. I would expect them to do it again this time, like Burgundy to Gascony, something like that, and to tell England it's what they're doing.
What are you putting down for units, Ben?
If I'm England, you do want a few more armies going forward, but it seems like you may have agreed not to have. I would want a fleet in the North Sea to be convoying things. I don't know if that's agreed or not. I'd definitely put down at least 1 fleet and 1 army, and I might waive the other.
Yeah, I think that.
Do either of you?
I'd definitely be in an army. Maybe I'd put 2 armies and waive the 3rd.
Do either of you stab here? Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London, Army Eddie, just go.
It's hard to stab with the build. I feel like you try to negotiate your way into North Sea and then stab after that.
If you stab with the build, France walks straight into Holland, which is not a great stab.
Oh. Wow, okay.
Why negotiate for into North Sea when you can just take it?
But then this is the worst of both worlds. England puts down the 3 fleets and says, France, I'm coming for you, and then doesn't come for France. So, I mean, I guess it's great diplomatic work by Jayden to convince England not to follow through, but this is not a good position for England anymore, with Holland going, and it's not guaranteed they take it back. France has naturally pulled back towards mid-Atlantic because you've just put 3 fleets down, and Tuscany's been piffed, which lets France build next year even if you do manage to kick them out of Holland. So Fleet Brest is probably coming as well. So yeah, that's I don't think England's played that particularly great.
That's another reason to have taken Sweden instead of St. Petersburg the last turn too, because then you could have that fleet in Baltic now, and it could be defending Berlin or doing whatever, defending Kiel. It could be more useful than being in Bothnia.
Baltic it does go to. So concluding that without any threat on St. Petersburg from Russia, you may as well take Sweden with the other fleet, does convince France to walk back out of Holland and go back to the south. But this sort of half a year's war or year's war that hasn't been a real war, phony war, whatever you want to call it, has just given AI a massive advantage. As they're into Lyon, they've pushed forward quite a lot this year, and France and England have been pushed back as a result. Italy again walks out of Bulgaria, does in fact get Rome instead. So we say goodbye to Spiros at last. Some sterling defensive work to survive as long as he did.
Yeah, this AI has just been constantly moving forward, working together really well, and now it looks like they have the upper hand.
Yeah. The thing I've appreciated about this AI more than anything, this is the messiest AI that I think I have seen in a very long time. And they've shown such restraint. Like, they've worked it out. There's constant trading. We've said, man, inefficient, whatever you want to say. They have stuck together, and they're making it work. And I think that just shows you two players who are committed to make an alliance work can make it work, assuming they understand like some base level tactics and stuff. But like, I definitely find myself getting in the trap of just saying, man, the board position says it should be like XYZ. No, it doesn't have to. You can be creative. You can look at a position, may not be the most optimal, but if you really want to make it work, if you do a good job, you can do it. That's what we're seeing here.
Seems like there's trust there. And who knows if there's trust on the other side. I mean, England didn't move into the channel right away, but now they have. It could be one of those, I said not to move towards me. I didn't move towards you, but you moved towards me at the same time. Oh no, an escalating situation.
Yeah, what I would say is with AI, the problem with these really messy alliances is that balancing them is really, really difficult because you just don't have a clear idea of what the situation really is. And this is not a balanced AI. Austria is a long way ahead of Italy.
Yeah, that's true. And all that to say, there's an easy way and a hard way. And this is definitely the hard way.
And that one Black Sea fleet being left by Russia makes it harder for Italy to demand. Otherwise the conversation could be, okay, I'm going to take one of your dots with Khan, but instead it's kind of, okay, how do we defend against this Black Sea fleet taking our stuff?
Yeah.
I am the even years, right? So they do block that Black Sea fleet from taking Armenia, but Khan was supporting it into Ankara. Meanwhile, Budapest is walking into Romania. I don't know what's happening there. Warsaw is going into Moscow, so Austria is going up further, and Italy is making progress in the Med, getting into Western Med. England is going into Belgium, so they're sort of reversing from pressuring France by taking one of the French dots, but also moving away from the French home centers, and England sort of pushes towards Warsaw.
So I think what was happening here was that Austria and Italy cooked up a plan where they put Russia into Ankara, but go down to Armenia and kick them back out and just pull them in full. That was the idea, and that Russia sniffed it out. So they bounced Armenia to give themselves the most chances of making a correct guess in full. So,
but why would they think that Russia was going to go to Ankara? Like, why would they? I guess it's just a guess. But it's not like you can go to Russia and say, "Hey, Russia, go to Ankara," and they're going to believe you.
Right. What else are they going to do?
So, and they guess right again, getting into Khan while Khan goes to Ankara. Romania walks out to get to Bulgaria, which will allow them to take back Khan next turn. But this is going to be a whole chase around. Kind of funny. Nice moves by Varman at the end here. Meanwhile, Moscow has lost to Austria, and England's pushing across to Silesia, while Munich is going to end up taking a English unit, which ends up being kind of a trade between Belgium and Berlin. England's getting more armies across, which is probably going to create a stalemate before too long. And Western Med is popped by France. Wait, but Piedmont does go into Marseille, right? So that was the usefulness of that Western Med unit.
But again, France realizing Tunis was probably lost this turn. Actually, it turns out it wasn't because Western Med wasn't used against it. But they've gone, all right, I'm going to lose a position. I've got to pivot unit, try and slow things down, especially in the secret end games where this could be the final year for all they know. So you can understand why France has made the move that they did there. It's a good move.
I've never played one of these games with an end date that's this variable. I've played, tournaments that have like an hour to two that it says. How does it change it? Have you ever played as McAllis or Brian?
I haven't, no.
No, I can't imagine. Trying to think if I would be thinking about an end game state every year or if I'd just be playing normally. And yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I have played ones that probably could have had a 3 to 5 year gap, but never a 10 year.
Yeah, and are you thinking about the end of the game every turn, or are you sort of just playing and letting it play out?
You're assuming I made it to the end of the game.
You're assuming it's going to be the end every turn.
But no, when I have been in that situation.
Oh, I see that you made it to the end.
Exactly.
Brian plays to the end of every game. It's just that sometimes it's his end rather than the end.
Exactly. No, if I'm in this situation, I just assume that every turn could be the last, and I'm trying to just get every dot that I can.
Same.
All right, winter 1910. We've got a pretty big shift this year. We got +3 by Italy, kind of coming from behind a little bit. We've got 10 center tie between England and Austria for the top. We'll pause again, play Who Do You Like? Ben, I'll go to you first this time.
Well, it looks like I probably wasn't right about France before. I think I like Austria. They're in control of this alliance, and they may have forward growth, but if they don't, they'll get it from Italy at the end, I think.
And I am not going to stick with Russia. So, yeah, I mean, I think England would be the other pick. I think we've got McAuliffe frozen again, so I'm going to go ahead and remove him till he can come back. But I think that was McAuliffe's pick, so I imagine he'd probably stick with that one. It's interesting. There's an outside shot at Italy, I think. But I think they'd really need to have some breaks go their way for that to actually happen. So, all right, McAuliffe is back. Welcome back, McAuliffe. And I'm assuming your pick, you're going to stick with England here?
I think so, but I do think there's a credible case for Italy now for the first time. The way that worked out around Ankara and Constantinople, where, I had to cover Ankara to stop Russia getting in, and it actually meant that Italy took a dot off of Austria, has given them a much better chance than they were before, which is why they've suddenly shot up that installation.
Yeah. All right, winner of 1910. All right, I like those adjustments. That's exactly what I would have done if I were Italy. Ben, McAuliffe, either of y'all disagree with that? We had Justin rooting for 3 fleets. It's been a lot of fun.
You need to have some defense against Austria, and it's plausible. So I think it's plausible that you need it anyway, at least another army. So I think at least one army was pretty important.
I think there's a stronger case for 3 armies than 3 fleets.
Yeah. All right, well, let's keep going. Spring of 1911.
All right. So Austria advances in the north, gets a piff on an English unit, which is important. We've said before, those forward units that you can't rebuild that are so far from the lines, piffing them can be huge. So that's a big win for Austria. The attack towards St. Petersburg isn't going to work, but the attack towards Kiel and Berlin might, and getting into Ruhr is a pretty important first step. Meanwhile, they've gone back to Greece, which lets Italy into Ionian. I guess this was to block off if Russia retreated to Aegean, but Russia's gone to Black Sea. Russia realizing that if they went to Smyrna, they'd be kicked straight out. So they've gone to Black Sea to have as many guesses as possible. And this is the other thing. Varmint doesn't know what year this game is ending. So Varmint is playing every turn as like, this might be the turn that gets me to the draw, gets me to a survival. So you can see why Varmint is playing so hard to try and get to it. If it's 1920 at the end of the game, they probably won't survive. If it's 1912 again, not terrible odds. They've still got a good chance of making a guess on Kombal, Ram, or Sev.
This is a tough move for England because they're getting popped. They could have gone the other way back to Berlin, and it would have worked out better if they'd brought Silesia back. And this is compounding the decision to build all fleets a few turns ago instead of build some armies that could now be contending for the German centers. Because England is in a pretty good position, but with all these fleets, you're really not having a good chance to contest with Austria in the middle of the board.
Yeah, England's real hope at this point is that France tosses them dots, and they may do, but it doesn't look like that's the plan. France bounces them out of Brest here, and France puts Austria into Belgium, which is pretty bad news for England.
They
do manage to
England.
Yeah. They do manage to pull the armies back to Berlin and Kiel, which is not the worst defensive position anymore. But this could be better. Russia plays a funny game down there. They try to hostile support Austria out of Constantinople. They guess that correctly, but it doesn't work because Italy follows in. So Italy is the big winner for the second turn in a row. They take Trieste probably because Austria was taking Romania, and as a result, they're actually building once again. And it's Italy for 2 years running that's had everything go in their favor, all thanks to that Russian unit still being on this board.
Yeah, Varmint's going to go out here, but I appreciate them being true to their name. Very pesky critters over the last few years here.
It was a really, really fun way to end that game. And man, good on Kingrid for making all those guesses. And, net result, both Austria and Italy going up one. Cost of France and Russia.
Now England gets the army down and convoys it right to Belgium. They also try to preserve that army in Berlin by convoying it back to Denmark. But unfortunately for them, that leads to the loss of the army in Kiel. Although there's nothing they could have done about that. If they'd have supported Kiel, Berlin would have been lost. So tough situation for them. Italy's going forward with their armies into France proper. And yeah, I mean, I guess Tyrrhenian goes back to kind of be safe, but overall, this looks like a very continued cooperation, very strong continued cooperation between the AI.
Yeah, and if Italy walks away from Trieste, that's obviously great news for Austria. It's not going to be easy for them to swap centers going forward. Although, if you say you're moving to Greece and bounce that way, that's one way to do it.
Yep, and Italy goes right back into Trieste, but they also take Spain here with a strength of 4, while Austria walks right into Paris because Burgundy goes to Munich. I wonder if they were, I don't know, Italy told them something, or it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
England walks, yeah. I don't know.
It looks like France flipped sides for who they're janitoring for. So France, after last year where they put Austria into Belgium, they're tapping Munich to help England take Kiel back. So maybe England's staying.
Okay. Yeah, but it's just unfortunate for them to lose Paris. But maybe they're just checked out of the game and they're more trying to help others than do things for themselves.
Yeah.
You gotta have secondary motivations whenever it looks like you're not going to be playing for the top anymore. We've got a couple players that are playing for the top, though. Austria, England, and Italy separated by only 1 center as we move into 1912. We don't know whether or not the game is going to end on any of these turns. I'm going to throw out a question about a draw. Would any of these players, would you openly veto if you were any of these players if a draw came up right now?
I don't think England or Italy should be accepting a draw.
Yeah, I don't know that I would openly veto, but I would. I mean, if you're England, you want to veto secretly to and then point at each other and say, "Oh, neither of you know they're going to fight," and try to get them fighting. If you're Italy, I don't know. It depends what you've agreed with Austria, about how the game's going to end. Do we know what there is a scoring system there?
Yeah, it's. I think it's open mind the gap. So I do know for sure that it's whoever's top is going to have more points. So there's a topping bonus, and then I think there's a gap. But anybody that's like, I know Varmint, I see you in the chat, but anybody else that's playing in the league, if they can clarify that. I want to make sure I'm not misspeaking.
Nexus definitely used to be open mind the gap, and yeah. So the big thing in that is not letting the leader pull ahead, and it's important to avoid that. And it doesn't look like that's likely to happen on this sort of board.
Yeah, that might facilitate a draw where the ally is one center behind. That might be easier than in a system like Tribute, where the leader is getting so much more than somebody who's even a little bit behind them.
But this is why Italy doesn't accept a draw. So Italy is up into Brest with Austrian support and into Burgundy with Austrian support. Italy has interestingly shifted a little bit towards the east. A little bit of the first signs of some tension there. They've gone up to Adriatic and Ionian and implying they're worried about Trieste as a result. England gets into mid-Atlantic, but given what it's come at the expense of, I don't think that's much of a win. And Italy gets to put 3 on it anyway now. England, having put more fleets down when they wish they were armies, is at least going to be able to defend mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, I mean, using those fleets to go back, they can only be defensive, so they can't be that scary to, except maybe against Greece. They can't be that scary to Austria, but it does create some tension in negotiations, I'm sure.
It definitely suggests that Italy is worried about Austria now for the first time.
So, Varmint, thank you for clarifying again. Saying they switched to DCT. I'm not familiar with DCT, but he's further clarifying draw 5 points, 1 point per center, single top 5 point bonus. Okay. So that's where we are definitely seeing the top bonus. So that makes sense.
Good to know it won't. The top one bonus doesn't grow more with a bigger gap, though. It's probably the biggest difference.
Okay. So everything holds and Italy gets Brest.
I mean, surely this is a sign of some draw votes taking place.
You would think.
Question is, will it end here? Is this everybody signaling through their orders? Oh yeah, we're going to draw.
Is Italy going to get 1 more point here, and Austria is going to lose 4 points?
All right. So
I question whether I'd take the draw as Italy now. Yeah.
So let's expound on that, Nicholas. Why do you question that?
Oh, sorry, they didn't end up even. I'm not counting well today. Go ahead.
So Italy can put Army Venice down and can just, if they really want this board top, can go and force it now. Because Paris is right there, and Paris is completely indefensible. You've got maybe you can cut some deal with England. Like Brest is potentially hanging in the breeze a little bit if you go after Paris. But if you put Army Venice down, the chances are you're going to outguess Austria somewhere, and Austria just cannot come back at you with force because Austria loses so much to England if they turn around. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. But the other thing is that this is extended deadline. It's a league. You don't necessarily want to torpedo relations for that. So I can understand why you would take the draw. If this was a top board, I don't Italy would take that draw at all.
No, there's still possibilities for Italy here, but given the scoring system is not dramatic, and yeah, it depends on the relationships. I agree.
Yeah. Well, net result, we've got Austria. Really, I feel like since about 1905, 1906, kind of taken over this game. And there's been, it was definitely interesting. You can see right here on the score chart, 1905 1907 through 1910. Like it's pretty close. And then even as a couple powers are starting to break away, it's still very, very close. Definitely, yeah, I agree, Michael. It was a very messy AI, but it was also very fun. So great summary there, Michael.
That's the difference between extended deadline and other formats, is that you can arrange those sorts of crazy things that in a shorter deadline game is really difficult.
Yeah, and you get more of those switch rounds where someone stabs and then they change their mind, I think, also, and negotiate something else, because there's time to have those conversations.
One more comment from Dip Chat. They're on fire tonight. A disaster piece. So love that. David, what was your thought as of those two extended deadline games, Nexus Press League games?
One of the great things about diplomacy, in my opinion, and there's so many great things about it, but one of the great things about it is there are so many different ways you play depending on how the game or the tournament or the league, whatever, is set up. It's so adaptable to different. So these things that the games that take so much longer, it's just a totally different game. An unlimited game or a game that can go to 1918 or 1920 is just a completely different game. It's not good or bad in terms of being different from a 1907 game like they play in Europe or something. It's just different. And that's just one of the great things about diplomacy is just the different types of games you can play with the same basic rules.
Yeah, I'll say I agree with that. I mean, it's really fun to play different scoring systems, different time lengths. I've heard it said by some people that like we want to standardize it all and then we can have a clearer, standard for the game. But I really like how different it is.
Yeah, and just that this scoring system, which I don't think I had heard of before now, I don't know, it's probably worth trying out. I mean, if you just want to have one way of doing things, you're going to get stuck. And I like the idea of people innovating and trying new things. I mean, that's part of what keeps the hobby vibrant and fun.
Absolutely.
I've played a lot of diplomacy games over the years. I don't want them to all be the same. So I don't want a scoring system that encourages the same thing every single game.
Well, we are going to all get our wish because we are switching from Extended Deadline and DCT to 7 Years War. We've got two games that we have picked to feature for that.
Speaking of 1907 games, we're going to see those right now.
We are. So, McCallus, I'm going to give you a break. And let's go ahead and bring up our next games. All right. So we are going to cover two games from 7 Years War. This is a really interesting league to me. We've got almost like mini leagues within the league. So there's an overall league that includes, as we spoke about earlier, like the French games, the German games, like all of these language-specific games, and including some English-speaking games. And then all of that counts together into one overall league as well. And so you are going to see some different metas and things like that come into conflict with each other, or maybe not conflict, but cross-pollination a little bit, which is always really fun to see. So we've got one of these. I believe this is one of our, I think this is a German language game. And so we'll watch this one first and just sit back and enjoy. These are really fun games tonight.
It's funny what you're saying about the leagues within leagues. It's the important thing is always finding out someone's motivation, whether it's what they're trying to accomplish on the board in the league or in a broader reputational building sense. And that gets even trickier when there's multiple competitions and motivations within motivations. See how that plays out.
Yeah, that's a critical point in any game of diplomacy. And some people will, like, I've heard it argued, like, oh, this is a less pure way to play the game because you're introducing these external scoring and all of that. And it is a different way. I will definitely agree with that. But my counter argument as the biggest league apologist of all, that's my favorite way to play, is that you always have secondary motivations. And this is introducing a new one, sure, but in every single game, if it becomes apparent that you're not going to be the person with the biggest amount of centers, or aren't going solo, or whatever your objective is, then what are you playing for? And figuring that out is one of the keys to being a good player at the game of diplomacy and helping people accomplish those goals. That's huge.
There are people that make that argument, and what they would say is that the golden chalice, whatever, is just like playing like everything like a pickup game. And I said, pickup games are the most unpredictable because you have no idea what secondary motivations are. I got to go because I got an appointment, so I'm going to leave. I'm hungry. I'm going to give you all my centers so I can go eat. All that stuff, that secondary motivations that can happen in tournaments, it's even more so in a pickup game. I love pickup games, but don't hold them up to some kind of special thing. They're not any better than a tournament game, and in some ways they're not as good as a tournament game in terms of predicting what people's secondary motivations are.
Well, we are going to watch some of those secondary motivations right now. Ben Kelman, you are going to lead us off Spring 1901.
So the theme of this first turn is trust. We've got no one in the English Channel, no one in Burgundy, no one in Galicia, no one in Trieste. Warsaw is holding. England is even moving Liverpool to Edinburgh. So a lot of people, and Venice is going to Tuscany, which is meant to build trust with someone. So it's really a lot of people, I would assume, think they know what's going to happen next here, and we'll see how many of them are right. And we get England convoying to Norway. Germany and France build some more trust by supporting Germany into Belgium. So that's 3 for Germany. Germany is also looking pretty friendly with Russia, not bouncing them. Russia goes into Romania, and Turkey kind of regrets their initial orientation and switches themselves around. That's going to keep them from building a fleet in Smyrna. So we'll see if that's just suboptimal or if they're planning to attack Russia here.
Well, they may react to the fact that Russia put the fleet in Romania instead of the army as Turkey was supporting in, and that would be an argument for building a fleet at Ankara in this situation, with Russia having not done what they said and put a fleet in there, which is not helpful against Austria.
What did Bulgaria support?
I think they were supporting Ukraine into Romania, right?
Yeah, apparently. Ukraine into Romania. All right. The arrow is kind of oddly shaped. All right.
+3 for Germany, which is always fun to see what gets put down.
2 fleets, yeah, because this is an FG. This is an FG, so you put 2 fleets down.
A lot of trust from France.
And fleet Ankara, we did get fleet Ankara, which is not surprising under the circumstances.
Yeah, 2-on-2. They're both going to be very occupied there, fighting each other. Gives Austria some
not ideal.
opportunities.
Not ideal.
Two fleets are going to be stuck for quite a while if they don't work something out.
Or not, because he goes Ankara to that. Maybe he was just. I'm not sure what Alexander was thinking there. Could be a misorder. That's certainly a possibility. But the Italians coming in there means that Turkey might be the odd one out here. Although the Russians do go into Galicia, so maybe something else is happening here that we don't really know. Maybe there's some talking between R and T to try to bury the hatchet. All right, here come the fleets against England. This is an FG, so Mid-Atlantic, English Channel, Helgoland Bight. I mean, this is not surprising. And they've decided to try to cut Russia in on the deal, which is often the thing to do if you're the FG. Don't screw around with Russia. Try to help them, or at least don't attack them.
David, how do you feel about that as Russia? Do you take them up on that offer?
I generally do take them up on the offer under the theory that I want to go ahead and get position, get Norway, get Norwegian, maybe get position, and then convince one of the other ones to stay up. And it's a diplomatic game. I think you can try to play balance of power and help England, but that can be actually hard to accomplish. There's only so much you can really do together.
France took the support into Belgium from England, but I was going to say I don't know that that's actually a switch around in structure.
Doesn't look like it. So the North Sea is fallen here. England has prioritized going back. Russia, interestingly, doesn't take Norway. I guess they were trying to open up for a build here that they don't get for St. Pete. Not sure where they thought they were building. Caen, maybe they made some kind of deal and they thought the Italians did try to put them in Caen, but Ankara supported it. So that's why that didn't work. But the Turks do lose Bulgaria. Probably Greece is arranged, I would think. That's what I'm thinking. Because they've already tried to move, Trieste has already tried to move to Tyrolia to intervene in the West. So that's an interesting, they see the FG, they see it get going a quick start against England, and they're trying to maybe slow it down. Although I think if you do that, Italy doesn't just sit there and do nothing. So I'm not sure Robert is in on the let's slow down the FG train.
We'll see what this fleet does if it goes in, and that's a fun little self bounce from Robert there. But we'll see if that extra fleet comes down and goes west. That's got to be what he's agreed with Austria here. You would think.
I mean, you would think he was supposed to go Venice to Piedmont there.
Oh, that's true.
Or support him to Tyrol. You're right. Yeah, one or the other.
That's what happened. Yeah, but there's no move west from the fleet, so France is unencumbered to move into Irish Sea, support Germany into Norwegian Sea. They're really surrounding England here.
Those are nice moves, by the way. Those are nice FG moves.
Yeah, they're getting all the position they could possibly have here. And now they have a convoy set up also from Belgium. Russia does take Norway and also gets into Armenia. So Turkey does look like they're going down here, and Russia will probably get that northern fleet that they seem to want.
So maybe it truly is an error at this point, possibly forced by how fast the FG is working. There's that convoy you were talking about.
Right. Get the convoy, and Russia's going up. France is going up too from Liverpool as well. Germany is even. They got 3 the first time, though, so they can't be too unhappy about it. I assume they've been promised London here. Although France is getting a pretty good position. Like, I feel like Germany just positionally isn't really necessarily able to no, they could take Edinburgh back if they're unhappy. Never mind. Turkey goes down hard here, just down to 1, and Italy makes the convoy back to Apulia, which does get that unit into play more, but into play 4 or against 2, it's not exactly clear.
They had to do it, though.
Yeah, and what's it doing in Tunis? Nothing.
One of my favorite things about watching these games with the 1907 in state is when they're played well, how fast they go. The alliance structures, like I have a tendency to just kind of, hey, I want to wait and see. I want to give myself flexibility. No, like, we're going to do this. We're going to do it as efficient as we can. We're going to go as fast as we can because there's not a lot of time. So,
some people play it that way, and then some people don't. There are people that play the 1907 games and play them very cautiously and do not do anything like this. It's interesting how people react to that 7-year limit differently. There are people that just think they're going to make their move in 1905. They don't really want to make a strong move in 1902. That's not what Yalta and Sinketia are doing here in the FG for sure. Oh, French build in Brest.
Yeah, Yalta's in pretty good position here.
Well, I assume that Robert's not really coming. They've got some kind of deal. Because that's got to be what's happening here, because Ionian doesn't just sit there. If this is a true heir, Ionian does not sit there. So this is now maybe Yalta's snookering him, because Yalta can still go to the Western Med here.
Yeah, I was right before I second guessed myself, though. France is getting all of England. Germany didn't end up get benefiting from it at all.
Although Germany's going to get Sweden now if they want it. Let's see, Russia. What's happening here? Okay, they had to attack. They're killing the Austrian fleet. They're going to Bulgaria to kill it. Is that on purpose? Interesting. I wonder if
They
Russia is
forced it.
making some kind of pivot here.
They
Because you
went
wouldn't
to
have to.
Bulgaria, whereas if it was agreed, they wouldn't have had to go to Bulgaria.
Exactly. Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. So this may be our, the wintergreen trying to kill Austria here and hope that what Yelta's going to do is stay in the West and either go after Russia and Scandinavia or stab the Germans or both.
They needed some growth, so I could see it, but Russia's not in position to. Well, no, they'll put more armies down. This could work out for them.
Maybe Yelta really is going to go after the Germans. Here they come. So Robert has of course, he's getting plenty of builds, so this may be fine. I mean, literally, Robert's taking Trieste, Bulgaria, and Smyrna. So that's, who cares if the French are coming when you can build 3?
What was the Tarantino thing, right? It's not 3. If you're German, it's 3. Yeah.
Although if Robert really thought they were coming, I'm not sure he would have convoyed to Greece. Well, maybe he would have. But at any rate, they're there. So Yelta has come. He's sticking with the FG. So this is FG versus Wintergreen. And Russia is in trouble.
Does either side have an advantage?
Oh, FG has got a tremendous advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Italy may be able to do something later if they can switch around the alliance structure, but yeah, Austria is not going to hold. I mean, Russia's not going to hold up that well here, and I don't think Austria has a lot of motivation to join back in on the 3-way at this point.
Probably not, which would be a reason that France will potentially make gains in the mid, but it's really Germany who has serious potential here. So we'll see how it goes.
So we'll play Who Do You Like? Ben, starting with you.
Never ready for you to ask that.
I have an answer right now. I have a quick answer.
Germany.
I'm going to say Yelta Kuiper because I think Germany is in good shape. Germany's in better position. I think Yelta will eventually figure out some way to stab.
I was saying Germany because they have no direct enemy right now. They have the choice of whatever they want to do, and they can assess the diplomatic situation and move forward in the way that's best for them.
If I were Yelta, I'd be trying to talk to Robert Schupa right now. I know Robert's already built the 2 fleets and all that, which is fine. You can figure out some way to make it, but they're getting ready to get locked up against each other if they're not careful.
Over for tonight, but I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for Robert. Italy. So I think just anytime you get all those juicy centers in the Balkans, it's not clear to me who's going to be able to do it. I do think that they'll work something out. So we'll see.
It's hard to argue against a France that already owns all of England and is now in the North Sea. That's just a really strong position in the long run. Even if in 1907 is not much of a long run, it's still a strong position. Oh, he slips into Venice somehow.
Yeah,
that's my prediction.
Kind of.
Now he's not going to be able to keep that. Well, maybe he will be able to keep that. Actually,
I guess that's a guess. Trying to think why go to Tuscany. I guess he really didn't want France in Tuscany.
Yeah, he thought France was going to go to Tuscany there.
Yeah. So France advances its position into North Africa, Lyon, and Venice, but doesn't actually. I mean, he can kick him back out, though. Tuscany can support Trieste into Venice. So he's not actually going to get the dot, but it's going to allow Germany into Tyrolia. Just not ideal for Italy here. Meanwhile, Austria is disengaging, and maybe he is back on board. Although I'm going to feel really bad for him if Russia just takes Budapest right now.
Russia probably should do that, honestly.
And
Austria is not that useful. They really need to kill Austria for their centers. But isn't France also going to take Tunis here? I think France is going to take Tunis.
They should take Tunis. Well, you can go Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis, right, with support, but then you're risking Tyrrhenian. So tricky situation.
Yeah, it's a guess. You're right. It's a guess.
Yeah. And he does take.
You could lose both. You could lose both.
Prioritize the convoy to Apulia to make sure that Venice couldn't retreat there, which I guess would have been very annoying. So Italy was in a bad position one way or another. Austria moves out of Vienna, does not lose Budapest.
Yelta
Russia
Kuiper
actually gets Norway
Yelta
back.
Kuiper has taken the Low Countries. Yelta Kuiper
Oh
has taken
man,
the Low
that's the second time today I called out an entire side of the board before I saw the stab happening.
Well, I didn't see it at first either. I was also looking at the Italian tactics, and then thought,
It's
wait
a
a
lot
minute,
messier
Yelta,
in the south, but that's a big stab.
what did you just do?
That is a big
And
stab.
the Russians took Norway behind, so Germany didn't get anything. They just were down 2, right?
Yeah, could be a bit of a reprieve for the Russians here if they can make it work for them somehow. But I think Yelta takes commanding control of the game.
Yeah, I will say. Super
Yes, it is. Yes, that move into North Korea.
Yeah.
When you got somebody behind you like that, it's a great position that Germany had, but they had to insist that France get the hell away from them, which they didn't do.
No.
Yeah, you might as well just draw this one.
+4.
Yeah, that's a big.
There's no way that anybody's going to catch him by the end of 1907. There's just no way.
So just keep pushing forward a little bit. 2-6.
There's another one. Oh, but he's also going to lose Liverpool.
Eventually, yeah.
I mean, he could lose it, but also you can put 2 on it and take it back.
Yeah, he could move Mao up there.
Right.
+3 for Russia while we're
2 from Germany, Sweden, St. Petersburg, and
the other one.
Budapest. It doesn't work out for Austria in the end anyway.
I mean, it's not like Russia can't make some problem. I mean, I agree, but gosh, what are you going to do about the French position, though? I mean, Denmark.
Right.
Wait, did Russia not try to take Liverpool? Okay. Yeah, I thought they were going to draw here. There just wasn't any real way to stop him. Unless you throw a lot. I mean, Robert could have just thrown a bunch of stuff to Russia, but that's not really Schupa's style. So.
All right.
It was really well played game by Elton.
That was a very dominant. I mean, first of all, dominant FG. Like that was about as efficient as you could make it, and Yelta was able to turn that to his own advantage. So congratulations.
There was just no magic for Merlin in this game.
Yes. All right. Well, next we're going to give Ben a break. Ben, thank you, and we'll welcome back to the broadcast McCullis.
Hello again.
And let's move on to our next one. Here we go. And David, you are our lead for this one. So if you want to talk about any of the players.
Well, obviously, Rony Mordvanov is somebody that we've seen a lot on DBN in the last 3 or 4 years. He started playing during the COVID era, playing a lot of virtual games. So, and he's also been to DixieCon live. Got to meet him there. It was fun to meet him. So it'd be fun to see how he does as Russia here.
I believe this is the Russian language game that I mentioned earlier.
That makes sense given the name of the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take a look at this game. Spring 1901, David.
One of my favorite French openings, but move the 2 armies up. In this particular case, probably a ranged bounce with the Germans, I would think, to make sure that there's no issue because you can still take 2 as France. Let's see what else we got here. Sort of standard openings, except another DMZ in Galicia. And, we saw this earlier when the Russians do that and they move to Ukraine. What do you do with Moscow? And sometimes you go north. Sometimes you do this. Just try to sneak into Sev if somehow they'd gotten into the Black Sea.
Yeah, we see Italy opening to Piedmont. Something you see very often nowadays. And this is why Italy can open to Piedmont and fun things can come from it.
Yeah, we do not see that enough, in my opinion. It's one of the reasons why France dominates too much is that Italy just doesn't do that enough. We're so enamored with the whole lone Trieste, which you can still do, by the way. You could open to Venice and then you could just still do the Trieste one. But at any rate, we don't see it enough, and I am also gratified to see it here. No offense to Weiss to Weiss here, but it's fun to see the Italians doing something a little different. I was going to see what else got the bounce in Belgium. Actually, the Germans getting into Burgundy is relevant here with the Italians taking Marseille. It's very relevant.
Yeah, this looks like a full-on EGI attacking France, and England didn't commit with a channel opening, but France has bounced England out of Belgium, which you think will probably make the English mind up, even if it wasn't already made up. I suspect France maybe should have just allowed England in and tried to cut a deal that way.
Not sure what I thought about the fleet Ankara not moving there. There's no reason not to go ahead. If you're not going to go to Black Sea, at least go to Caen there. Give yourself some options. Yeah. It may not matter if they're tight, if RT are tight. I mean, we'll see.
Time for my soapbox. I do not like 2 armies in 1901 for Germany.
Oh, the Germans built 2 armies. Come on, man. Don't do that.
It could work out. Every once in a while it does, but I would give it like 90% of the time it does not. Well, hope for Yosha's sake, this is one of those 10%.
I think you can build 2 armies in Germany if they're defensive, if you're being attacked from various corners or something. And so that can make sense, but not here. No, you need more flexibility.
Well, the fleet keel is defensive too. Like you're just inviting.
Well, I mean, there can be some situations like where there's an early Eastern push or it looks like there's going to be one or something. You can make an argument sometimes. You just can't make an argument here, I don't think.
The flip side is if you get Belgium, you can just fix it next turn and everything will be fine. If you get Belgium and you don't lose Denmark.
Indeed.
Elsewhere, we see Germany does get into Belgium and gets into Gascony, which is really nice for cracking the French defense. Gascony is such a critically important tile, so getting straight in there is a huge win for this Germany-Italy. England actually doesn't jump in on France and looks like they're prioritizing a fight with Russia. Maybe they're going to go for Denmark. We'll find out soon enough. The south, this is everyone attacking Turkey. Russia charges into Armenia and Black Sea. Italy is coming east again, and Austria tries to daisy chain all of their units down, which is blocked by one single Turkish unit, the downside of a daisy chain. Italy is sending their other units west, though, and it's looking like they are wanting to cement Marseille and add some more on top of it, which is fun. It's something you don't see a lot nowadays.
I was a little surprised not to see Venice to Piedmont. If you're gonna commit, then at least try to defend Marseille a little better for the potential fall attack. What I think it's likely that Turkey is a player that's learning the game. You would never just hold an Ankara like that. And when they've done it a couple of different times now, you got to do something with that fleet, and this was not it.
Yeah. And Turkey pays the price, losing Bulgaria now. Does defend Ankara, so they do at least. They're not so new. They have no idea what like the holds and sport holds and that are, but yeah, and holding Ankara has not paid off for them. Meanwhile, France is collapsing. It looks like France is actually NMR'd there, which is always unfortunate to see. They do retreat into Marseille, so it is an NMR rather than I've given up and I'm quitting. So. Italy takes Spain but loses Marseille. Probably should have taken it the other way. I don't see a lot of reason why you would take from Marseille, knowing Burgundy was almost certain to be attacked. Germany walking into Paris is the big winner there, and England doesn't get Sweden because Germany doesn't help them in, which is interesting.
This has really happened to Italy because they didn't have their guy in Piedmont. You know, they didn't move to Piedmont in the spring as they should have. That would have prevented this from happening.
Yeah. Hey, look, there's
I understand you're worried. Oh, there it comes. Now, the real question for Italy is, are you worried what Austria is going to do next? And the answer is probably you are worried about it.
I think you definitely should be, whether you are or not.
Austria doesn't do anything, really. I mean,
Yet.
literally nothing. Well, true, but now you've gone back to Venice to prevent a slip in the fall. But anyway, the Russians have taken Ankara. The Italians, what are they doing there? that was a self-bounce to keep the Turks from leaving the Aegean. Maybe that's what that is. And then they're going to do something else in the fall. That's probably what that means. Italy continues to make nice progress in their Western adventure, though, don't they? Now they're still a little worried, and again, as you pointed out, they should be worried. That's why they move back to Venice. Let's look at the West for a minute. Germany takes Belgium, fills Holland to make sure they can't retreat. So this is Germany changing sides, right? They tried to support Sweden in place. So I think this might be Germany changing sides. Somehow.
I'm not so sure it's changing sides so much as Germany going, well, France is done. And so who's the next target? So I don't think that they've flipped to working with France. I think they've just decided that now that France is dead, I want to work with Russia and Italy, and England is next. And I think England possibly should have seen that coming.
Changing sides. I just meant changing sides out of the EG is what I meant.
Yeah, I think England possibly should have seen it coming after not getting that support to Sweden, and then a fleet comes down, and yeah, there were probably some better ways to responded, but England's worked it out. They've taken Denmark, they've lost Norway, but they've lost it to an army which they don't overly care about. So I think that's a good recovery from half 55 there.
This is advantage Roni, I would say. Not just because they're building a couple of units, but just because their position looks okay at this point with Austria. Well, I guess really the question is, what does Austria do with all these armies? I guess Germany's inviting.
Marcus has to commit somewhere, and this air could charge into Germany, or Marcus has to stab. And Roni is probably a better stab now that Italy's just put that extra army down. The stab on Italy is a lot less tempting now.
That's true. Germany was worried about them coming, and they are coming.
Yeah. So Austria's decided to go ahead with the air moves, which I think makes sense. If you don't want to stab Russia, maybe you do want to stab Italy, but you can't do it at the moment. And it's only 1904. You've got a few years. Let's do air for a year or two, and then make your move later on. Hopefully one of Russia or Italy is out of position by then. Meanwhile, he takes Spain. Germany is still in this war with England. And of course, if there's an EG war, Russia is the big beneficiary in Scandinavia, and they get to shift their fleets around and start doing fun things with those. So they can go after Skagerrak and then Denmark, those sorts of things. It is advantage Roni, but it's advantage Italy as well. Fyodor's having a really solid position.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So Austria, with their one unit that they use to take part in this air, does get into Munich, which is delightful for them. Elsewhere, nothing much happens. You see England and Germany perhaps trying to get back together. Germany tried to support England into Brest, which is cut by the French, so it doesn't work. And England tries to fight back against Roni, but is unsuccessful. Roni just double tapping Skagerrak to make sure it doesn't support against either Sweden or Norway, which is quite a clever bit of defensive.
That's nice tactics. Yes, nice tactics. You know, the real issue here is that Italy just hasn't. I mean, there's not going to be any way to stop him in the West. There's not even anybody to stop him with. Right? I mean, there's nobody building.
Yeah, no build for England, so Italy could just sail up to Irish or North Atlantic and take Liverpool if they want.
Or prioritize doing things in France. I mean, there's lots of things they can do here. Assuming they're given the freedom to do it, this might be the time, depending on what they build, for Austria to slip in. We'll see.
I mean, you'd think it's an army coming. But
I would build an army.
I think I'd build an army.
Yeah.
True. I mean, you can do various things if you're the Austrians. It might be the time to do it.
It would be quite funny, all of these armies for Austria, and it's actually their one single fleet that's the key mover in a stab.
That's not completely unusual, I would argue. Yep. In an AI where the Italians have deployed elsewhere, that one fleet can really matter.
For sure.
Well, let's play Who Do You Like? David, you are lead on this one, so I'll give you first choice.
I'm gonna go Roni Mordvanov. I know that Russia at 8 is not anything that anybody should be scared of. It's me that usually says that, and it's true. But I just like Roni's diplomatic position here, and I think he can probably convince Marcus not to attack him. And at some point, there's going to be enough war in the border regions for Russia that he's going to be able to slip into something. At least that's the way I see it playing out. But there's some other players that could also definitely come out ahead here.
I don't know any of these other players. I saw someone in the comment section said Fyodor was experienced in variants, but we know Roni is a good experienced player and may have an advantage as a result of that. I think positionally, I'm going to choose Italy if it's not Roni. I do really like this Italian position. I think that they've got a lot of potential growth options, and if they can direct Marcus to stab Roni, the world is Fyodor's oyster.
I mean, Roni is not building, so that would be an argument.
Mm-hmm.
But some of it depends on what Italy's fixing to build here, I would think.
Any argument for Austria?
If they get the jump. I mean, they're not out of it by any means.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard.
It's just difficult to see what centers Austria takes to win. Munich is really vulnerable to being taken back. Maybe you can walk into Summit from Greece, so either Naples or Tunis, but that's one dot. Or you can stab for Rum. And beyond that, it's just not easy in the 1907 game for Austria to take.
I want to see what Italy builds right here. I think that's the question. Okay.
Squaring a circle there.
Yeah. That's just a defensive build, really.
But they get to go up and take Liverpool.
Yeah, Austria can't do anything if they don't go either direction. I don't see how they accomplish much if they don't go either direction. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Yeah, Italy, as I said earlier, I mean, well, who's going to stop them in the West? I mean, there's not even trying. English channels try to take Brest or something. So that's what's going on there. Let me just look in Scandinavia for a minute. What is happening? Baltic Sea going over there like that when the Germans come in, that's relevant. I mean, that's 4 fleets now that are in position to take something off of Roni, assuming they stick together.
Yeah, I think that was just a really good turn for Italy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do lose the bow because now England and France finally get together and do something.
So I really like this. Jaden in the comments said Italian convoy to Liverpool incoming. But the problem with that convoy is that if Mid-Atlantic did get taken by England and France working together, it wastes your entire opportunity. So just take it with the fleet to guarantee it. And then if this is what happens, doesn't matter. You've got Liverpool anyway. And England has a disband. And Roni also has gone down somewhat in the north, but is making up for it in the centre and the south.
Yeah, that can't be some kind of arrangement, is it? Because I just don't see why that would be an arrangement for the Italians to lose Smyrna. Maybe it is. Knowing that Italy's going to take Liverpool, maybe. Maybe. So Roni's up.
If this is an arrangement, this is where you have to start going on Fogel watch.
Let's see, under this system, that wouldn't be great under a European style system, I don't think.
It wouldn't, but I don't know how many of these players are playing for league position. I believe this is fairly late in the season, and yet this is their first game for all of them, if I remember rightly. So it may well be that they decide to do it for fun.
How dare they do things just for fun? Well, Italy can't be too worried about this because they moved Venice to Piedmont. So that must have been some kind of deal. Now, Roni, I think, is making a move against Austria. There's no other way to read that. But he doesn't have I guess Aegean's going to own you to make sure Austria doesn't go there, might be the theory. Or actually, all kinds of reasons. Yeah, Tunis. I was trying to think does Italy know that Roni's coming like this? And I don't know that he does. I don't know that Italy knew that Roni was doing this. This has got to be Roni attacking, though, right? I mean,
For sure. Yeah.
and it's
Like
and it's
Constantinople would
1906.
appear for that.
Yeah, that's got to be what that means.
I
Let's
mean,
see,
you could
but Roni,
question that Ukraine to Rum was the right move instead of to Gal, but yeah, it's not the end of the world.
I want to know, like this right here, the move to Berlin. Like that was either one very lucky guess, or so did they know? Like that I was not expecting that.
no, I was not
No.
expecting that. And how often do you see Austrians in Holland? Not real often.
No, but Berlin's not actually defensible if Germany wants to use Baltic and Prussia against it. Because Berlin can't be supported to Baltic to brace it because Berlin's an army. So Baltic to Berlin is guaranteed to work here. Unless Austria helps defend Berlin. Unfortunately, if you do it that way around, Berlin is not guaranteed. And so Baltic Sea is cut from Sweden and Germany does not retake it. And Germany also supports Austria back into Kiel, which just means Austria doesn't take the German dot. Italy doesn't get anything in the north that turn. Yeah, this has swung pretty heavily in Roni's favor. A lot of things working out in his way that turn. Sweden, Berlin, Constantinople is a pretty significant +3 when you're already in the lead.
Italy did try to take Trieste there, looked like.
Yeah. Although didn't go to Venice, which is interesting.
True.
So there's an argument that this game may draw here.
There is an argument, yeah.
Yeah.
So what was the argument, Ellis?
I think Roni had got a pretty dominant position. Yes, Berlin is completely indefensible, but other than that, what else is he losing in the final year? And Austria can take Berlin, but they've got a potentially hostile Italy and a very hostile Russia. So there's not a lot of reason for Austria to want the game to continue. Italy, their path is so narrow at this point. Germany's come down and is on England's side. Doesn't look like they're going to get Edinburgh. Obviously, Germany and England are down and out and don't really care. So I think the draw makes a lot of sense for everyone.
Yeah, it's Keith is saying in the comments that the French fleet in Western Med was key. It really was. It pulled Italy away from anything they might have been able to accomplish in the Balkans. Yeah. And that was, I mean, it probably wasn't much of a chance anyway, given the way things worked out for Roni, but that certainly didn't help Italy's chances.
Well, yeah, Roni made all the correct guesses at all the correct times, and that won him the game. And that could often win you the game if you are reading people correctly. That's just good diplomatic play on his part.
Yeah. Well done, Roni. Russian language won by Russian board. Fun to see. I love the contrast that we've seen between these games, these style of play, completely different kinds of leagues, but both producing some really fun results. I need to disconnect for a minute. I need to do an update to our Dipcast software. A quick shout out to Brandon Fogel. Brandon's been hard at work going through keeping Dipcast updated, loading all of these games. He's been behind the scenes working on this. If you run into Brandon, tell him thank you for all of his hard work with everything he's doing to keep this up to date. All of these games that he's been doing, this is a lot behind the scenes.
I'm just glad to hear he's doing something other than sitting around arranging 11, 11, 11 finishes. I'm glad he's doing anything.
You got to have a hobby. So, all right, I am going to go get to this. I will be back in a little bit. David, if you could just kind of talk through, compare and contrast the games that we've seen tonight, 3 separate leagues, 3 styles of play, and then converse amongst yourselves while I get this going.
In both of the 70 Years War games we did have some quick moving alliances in both games, and that is not always the way those 1907 type systems are played. If you watch a Nicolas Sahuguet or Nicolas Taillet, or one of these people that has really had a lot of success, either virtually or face to face in those kind of league games or shorter games, there's usually some more cautious play than that. I was a little surprised to see, now two games is not much of a data set, but I was a little surprised to see both games they had fast acting alliances as opposed to the slower play that you sometimes see in a European setting.
I think that sort of speaks to the different metas from the different leagues within the 7 Years War. I think that more cautious, slower style of play is more associated with the French and Italian games in particular. We've covered a lot of French games in the past where you often see that sort of thing with not a lot happening until very late on and everything blowing up, and a very, very balance of power focused style of play. And the German and the Dutch ones don't seem to have that quite as much. They may be more influenced by virtual, and I guess a lot of the players who play in the Dutch and the German leagues also play VDL, and so are more associated with that meta, whereas fewer of the French players do. So the meta, I think, is a bit more different in that regard.
Yeah, that makes sense.
From a strategic perspective, it just depends whether you trust yourself and your alliance to be able to get out ahead within your alliance, right? If you are getting out ahead and you're dominating the board, then you kind of cut it down to you and another person. But can you break free in the end? Or if your balance of power, what's going to give you the leg up in the end, right? So it's all interesting seeing the different ways people play it out.
Just as to show you that you can play more than one style, even with different tournament sciarios. In other words, just because you've got a game that could be unlimited versus a game that's 1907 doesn't mean that you should play alliance or balance of power or transactional or any other styles. They can all still work under the right circumstances. Again, one of the beauties of the game is just how different it is. And people that say that diplomacy, that you get tired of playing it after a while, is like, only if you have a lack of vision. I've been playing this game a very long time, as you guys know, and I've seen a lot of different things in the last 5 years because of the way the virtual has allowed people to see the way people play all around the world and see it in a little more direct way than we ever saw before. I've changed the way I play, after having played for many decades. So, as long as you're open to new ideas and open to see how people do things, there's just always something fresh and new, even without variants. And you throw variants in there, and there's always something fresh and new in diplomacy.
Influx of new players is always great too. You get a bunch of new people jumping in, and they've got new ideas, or you've got new ideas to go against or with whatever meta is going on. So new players, new leagues, new scoring systems, it all keeps it very fresh.
Yeah, Nexus League being a completely different thing, really, with totally different meta and different way to play.
And that's one of the nice things about this sort of coverage and virtual and these things, in that you can see something on one of these videos, whether it's ours, whether it's one of the other diplomacy content creators, and you can go, oh, I want to try that. And virtual gives you an excellent opportunity to go and try that. So you may see a strategy that you've never seen before, and we'll show it on here, and a few of our viewers will see that, and all of a sudden the next month or two you'll see that strategy happen another couple of times, and things can cotton on, and then people will work out how to react to that, and something else will become the cool new thing. And it's really interesting to see the meta changing a lot more quickly than I think it used to in the past.
Yeah, that's been one of my favorite things from watching all of these broadcasts, is observing how quickly, like, even when we first started DBN, it was taking maybe half a season or so for people to adjust, and it's happening even faster than that now. So it's really fun, keeps game dynamic, fresh, fun, and really appreciate all the players letting us cover the games and learn from each other, and I think the hobby's better for it. David, thank you so much for the broadcast tonight. As always, we really appreciate having you. Hope you have a great evening, and we're going to let Ben and McCallus close out the broadcast with our last 2 games of Virtual Diplomacy League.
See you guys.
Good night.
It is.
David.
All right, well, that brings us to game 208 Cessna, and get some pretty familiar players to many of our viewers, and I believe that, McCallus, you are lead for this one, so if you'll introduce our players and we'll get started.
All right, so in Austria, playing in the middle of the night for her, we have Micah Blom out of the Netherlands. In England, we have Jaden, who I believe we saw earlier in a game. In France, we have Christian Brown, who we definitely saw earlier in the game. Germany, we have Robert Hillier out of Melbourne. Italy, we have Alan Thompson. Russia, we have Karsten. I'm not going to butcher your surname, sorry. And Turkey, we have Matthew Tatonci, second in the league, soloed already this season, playing probably to fight for whether he gets first seed with Justin or not.
All right, we'll get right to it. Spring of 1901. Take us away.
All right, so in the West, we see a fairly standard opening, Paris to Burgundy, Marseille to Spain, all of those things. In the East, we see, well, probably not a standard opening. We see the old-fashioned hedgehog, which is apparently being brought back into fashion in a blow-up the Austrian fleet kind of way. Again, not something I'm convinced by, but maybe Micah and Alan will show this to be an ingenious new tactic and not something that just doesn't help you in the slightest. Turkey has gone for the old-fashioned Turkish opening, which is exactly what you want to do when Austria isn't putting units next to Greece, and Russia straight into Galicia breaking a DMZ. So I don't think that start has really gone ideally for Micah.
I don't think it's quite the old-fashioned hedgehog, right, McCallus? Because that would be Vienna to Galicia to be maximally defensive. In this case, Mike is trusting on both sides, and it'll be pretty interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think this is something that I remember the Australians were mentioning. Maybe it was a Jamal idea that they just used this to blow up the Austrian fleet, and they called this some sort of new type of hedgehog. I don't believe it is new. I believe it's very old type of hedgehog, but I definitely remember reading articles about this from people like Eddie Bassan and the 80s and 90s, where destroy that Austrian fleet, it's great for an AI, and I think, yeah, I'd rather have Greece.
Yeah, you're giving Turkey a lot of ability here in the Balkans.
Yeah. Of course, nobody could go for Greece, which is not something you see very often at all. Okay, Turkey goes up to Romania to block Russia off. Matthew does get the 2 builds out of those 2 armies, though, so justification and vindication for the old style of Turkish opening. Tanya Gill will be delighted in the background, no doubt. Other than that, we see a free build France, which is fun. Germany felt the need to cover Munich, and so France walks straight into Belgium, whilst England convoys to Norway. So Russia not having a great first year.
Looks like cooperation between Italy, Austria, and Turkey. So you wonder if that's actually a 3-way alliance right from the beginning.
Yeah.
If not, then I guess Micah has a choice of partner.
If it is a 3-way alliance, it'll be interesting to see if there's any agreement on anyone to take Greece, or if the agreement is, let's just leave it neutral.
Can't imagine that if it is that Turkey's promised another build right now, but Matthew's pretty good, so maybe he's negotiated something here.
In the
Fleet
West,
con, so I have to force black, maybe.
The West will get a 3 build France, so watch what they put down, or will there be a wave?
There's a wave and 2 armies. Okay.
And we'll also just point out Christian took over France in 1993, so let's just keep that in mind.
Okay. And if this is a newer player, those French builds also make a lot more sense. So that would explain that. Yeah, over to Ben.
Yeah. So France makes their move you would expect after building armies and goes into Burgundy, while Jaden makes corresponding EF moves for actually sort of corresponding for an attack on Russia, but doesn't actually go against Germany at all here. See how that plays out going forward. But in the south, we do see the Italy, Austria, Turkey cooperation that we were expecting. Austria into Galicia, Turkey into Black Sea, actually without needing to use both fleets, guesses correctly and supports to Armenia instead of needing to use Ankara to support Khan to Black.
Yeah, that was a really nice guess by Matthew Tatonci, and it goes to show why he is up the top of the league, was up the top of the league last year, was on the top board last year, tied for the top last year, and also on the DBNI top board. So this is why Matthew Tatonci is so good. Yeah.
So then we see Matthew, because he made it to Armenia, is able to force his way into Sevastopol, but Micah gets that build by going into Armenia behind. Alan is taking Greece, so finally agreed, and also getting into Mid-Atlantic really quickly. That's what the mistake is of not having that fleet, the second fleet, even if you are going to work with England. Though it does not look like France's alliance has held up with England, and rather Germany and England are in EG now, with Finland taking Sweden, Holland taking Belgium, and Germany moving their other army into Ruhr.
Yeah, and I think this goes to show why France should never not build a fleet in 01. You had that second fleet in Brest, Mid-Atlantic wouldn't have been vulnerable, and yeah, learning experience for the initial France player and a tough one for Christian to sub into.
Now the fleet comes down, and I missed the other builds, but I'm sure they weren't of any particular consequence.
It was Fleet Liverpool, which made sense after the previous moves, and yeah, Fleet Naples makes sense given Italy's going west. So the AI to E stick together. They push up to Silesia, which is critical for breaking that Warsaw-Moscow-Ukraine defensive line. So sensible play from them on their parts. They also DMZ the sort of Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece area, which is nice alliance hygiene. The West, meanwhile, this is just big EG coming down to crush France by the looks of things. Christian subbing into a pretty rough spot. Italy choosing not to forward retreat up to North Atlantic and going back to Western Med. Maybe they're going to prioritize locking down Marseille and Spain here rather than going on a adventure that doesn't seem too optimistic. And England slides into St. Petersburg, which is good for England and really bad for Russia. So with the Ukraine line broken, it means that they can go and attack elsewhere. So Austria forces Warsaw. Germany sitting there and holding without AI actually attacking Munich. A lot of holds in the center of the board there, which is interesting. Italy actually supporting Germany into Marseille, despite being sat in Tyrolia. So not sure how Roberts managed to negotiate that, but well done, I guess. Didn't pay off, unfortunately. England does get to force Mao, whilst Italy keeps advancing fleets. Yeah, this is just EG and AIT at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe that Italian fleet being forward would have distracted England a little bit more than having the fleet sitting in Western Med. But that's just my 2 cents. We saw in the other game the fleet in Black Sea give a lot of trouble to the dominant alliance.
It's true. It's really like North Atlantic in particular. Irish Sea is a lot less of a problem, but North Atlantic, you then have to worry about Norwegian Sea, and there's so much more to cover.
So now we see bounces in Spain and Marseille. Okay, so we see England actually taking that army up towards Norway instead of into France. Maybe a bit of a reprieve for Christian. Maybe he negotiated some things once he subbed in here. Germany is going to Ruhr instead of Picardy, which it looks like England wanted them to do. Meanwhile, the AI is sliding up onto the line and looks like they'll be making increasing progress if they want to against Germany. But they're also going into Ukraine, and notably, Turkey is maybe seen the limits of the alliance they're in terms of offensive potential and is moving straight into the Balkans.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see which one or both is Matt's target here. He's got a walk into Serbia. He's also got a force on Greece, so he can do either. He can also screw with Moscow or help Austria take Moscow. This could turn into an AT position where they just force Greece and Moscow here, and then Austria drops Fleet Trieste or something like that.
I don't always like that, but with as much pressure as England has on France right now, I'd feel a little more comfortable doing that because I don't feel like I'd be giving too much of an advantage.
And we see the force on Greece and an attempt to take Trieste by Austria as well, but it doesn't work. It seems like maybe things have realigned here a little bit where France isn't as under attack, and that made Italy a little bit less important to the AT here. But Warsaw does make it into Moscow with support of Turkey. Germany's defending the line against an attack that's not coming. There's a lot of reorganization happening here. It seems like the only clear thing happening this year is the AT attacking Italy and taking Moscow. The West has an entire opportunity to realign itself with the new player.
Yeah, I think that Italy clearly sniffed it out. That's why they've tried to go to Trieste as well. They've realized that Austria was coming. Unfortunately, bouncing Trieste leaves it open for a potential fleet build if that's what Micah wants to do. We've got to give credit to Christian Brown for turning that French position around as well. From how bad he was in with being attacked from all of his neighbors, he's managed to get one of them moving away, another one mostly moving away, and the third one not really in a great position to take anything from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this was from last year, but I think it's still a relevant question. Is a Fleet Trieste the right build for Austria here?
I think it depends on your diplomacy with Germany. If you're working with Germany and Turkey, then that's the direction you're going, and you might as well go full out. But if you're still going to have to, worry about Germany coming at you, then probably an army's better.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't the case last year because you don't stab in a builds phase, and that would have obviously been a stab. But yeah, I think that there's a pretty good case for it here, and especially as Turkey isn't in a great position for attacking Ionia, and even with the third fleet, Italy could potentially come west of Med to Tunis. You might need a fourth fleet here.
All right, well, let's put a pin in that. We'll come back to it. First, we're going to play Who Do You Like? Kalis, your pick. Any power you want?
Turkey. It is Turkey. I like.
All right, Ben, not Turkey. Who else?
I guess I'll say Austria. They've got potential here, but I do like Turkey better in this alliance. If they can get Turkey pushed forward, and then I can see Austria outracing them if they stick together a really long time.
Okay, well, on the talk of Austria, we will find out whether or not they're putting down Fleet Trieste. And the answer is no.
No fleet.
But Italy has disbanded a fleet, so actually it's the correct decision to not build the fleet because you don't need it to force Ionians. You'd rather have armies forcing Venice. All right, so spring 1905, we see Turkey moving to Romania. So maybe Turkey is stabbing Austria here. That's quite a turn of events, if so. They do pull out into Aegean Sea. Italy forces Trieste as well. So pretty tough turn for Micah, who has prioritized going up and taking Livonia, which is an interesting decision. I'm not sure I love spreading yourself out that much when there's definitely a war with Italy here. Germany's come into Bohemia as well. So I think things are not looking great for Micah. Meanwhile, in the West, France is coming into the Med. janissarying, tip of the spear, whatever you want to call it. It looks like they've decided to throw their lot in with England, which is huge for Jaden, who just, if this didn't happen, was not really looking at any growth anywhere at all, and now has a chance to take a couple of French dots and get some forward momentum again. So from an English position that was looking very stagnant, this has really opened the board for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like England looks like they have tons of growth potential now.
Yeah, and you're looking to full. They take Brest, and I'm not sure I like the way they've done it. I think I would have rather taken it from English Channel. Maybe this was part of an agreement, though, and that's why you do it that way. I know it's Burgundy held as well. Meanwhile, this is an implosion, I think, from Austria, with Germany walking into Vienna and Turkey walking into Rum. I suppose the saving grace is Turkey didn't walk into Rum behind when they took Bud, but yeah, this is a pretty dreadful position, unfortunately, for Micah.
Yeah, I guess I should have been wary of that army in Bulgaria when I was making that pick. Can I change it to England?
This has been a curiously passive turn from the West, particularly from the EG in particular. I know Germany's walked into Vienna, but so many units which have just held rather than aggressively going forward, and England taking Brest that way.
I have to think England's looking to gain their dots in the West rather than by coming across there. If that was an agreement with Brest, with France to take Brest, then maybe the attack's coming on Germany this turn.
Germany should definitely be worried because England's still in North Sea, and Germany, I would hope, is building an army and is looking at the lowlands. Because, yeah, if England was seriously going to go down, take Iberia, and push into the Med, they've got to be doing the fleets the other way around.
Fleet London, Army Edinburgh.
Army, maybe.
You need at least an army. If you're going to come around the south, you can build a fleet. But if you're going to make the stab, two armies, I think, on Germany. Good call.
Okay.
Well, it's not entirely clear. Like that's the flexible option, though.
For sure.
Yeah.
So we see the convoy over to Norway and St. Petersburg going down to Livonia as England sets up around Moscow, but probably is going to run into Turkish problems if they can spare the units. Austria is just moving themselves back. Oh, wait, but they're working. Turkey's supporting them in now against Germany. Interesting. Meanwhile, France walks into Rome and Naples. Some unfortunate guesses. Or are they going to be able to take something back? I guess it depends on the situation with Turkey here. But they won't be able to take, this complicated situation. England's coming around now, so maybe they actually do make their way into the Med, or maybe they are leaving all of their options open here.
Yeah, I mean, France can be killed in both of those if you move with Venice. Piedmont is a bit of a spoiler effect. You can't support Apulia in with Venice. So there's a chance France holds on to at least one of them. And it's really bad janissary management if EG let France actually build here as well.
Well, they could walk right into Paris if they want to, but they don't. Instead, there's the stab. But, okay, so England prioritizes Norway to Sweden over the convoy into Holland, which would have given them more leverage forward. Livonia goes right back to St. Petersburg. France ends up in Venice, but not in Rome or Naples. But also, they get one popped. So they're going to build one, right?
They'll build two, aren't they? Because they've had one rebuild, one build.
They don't lose anything. So that will be really interesting to see whether they jump in with England or whether they want their home center back. I suppose it could be both. They could get their home center back and help England going forward aside from that.
Yeah, I think that's not great management from... I know England had other plans, so it's not an EG, but you don't want Paris to have an army in it while you're moving away from Brest. And yeah, they took the 50-50 on Spain, I guess.
What do you think, about Matthew's decision to not maximize what he's taking from Austria? He could have taken Serbia, Romania, and still sent one at Sevastopol.
I don't hate it. I think that he's got Micah working with him as a janissary at this stage, and I guess Matthew is looking at England and Germany and thinking that they're his rivals for the top, so he wants to slow them down. Now that England stabbed Germany, I think Austria very quickly loses their use to him, though, so I would not be surprised if next year he turns on Micah fully.
Romania is always going to be there for him. Unclear if all of it will be, but
yeah.
So just point of clarification, so that's interesting.
In that case, that was. I know Robert would have less disbands if he'd done that, but it may have been incredibly prescient to not do that because I don't think that hamstringing France is in his interests at this stage. He wants a French comeback now.
Well, I know that Jaden is ahead in the center count, but I can't help but love this Turkish position. A lot of restraint from Matthew Tatanci, and maybe as much about just not being the board leader. Even though you can look at it, it's pretty obvious, dude, you're the board leader, but you can always point to that center count. It may give somebody pause.
Yeah, and Budapest isn't really that holdable at the moment, so it's not completely secure, but I do think that Austria... You needed Austria if Germany was big. Germany's not big. I just don't see what you need Austria for anymore.
But it's not over. Jaden definitely is making this a interesting game, and we'll keep pushing forward because it could go either way.
Yeah, that Army Con doesn't bode that well for Micah, though.
I will say that if this game gets very chaotic, the player in France thrives in those sort of situations. And if anyone can make a comeback, Christian Brown could do it. So far, not so great on that front, but he's at least in Burgundy and may be able to influence something. While it looks like Germany is full on board with punish England. So Turkey's got a realistic shot at St. Petersburg here because I can fully imagine Skagerrak just tapping Norway, for example. Micah is charging into Germany behind. I do think the hammer will drop on her now.
Yeah, he's set up to take.
It's half a hammer.
Small hammer.
Yeah. He does take Romania, which I think is correct. He walks into Tunis, which is definitely correct. I probably would have taken Warsaw there myself and maybe Serbia as well, but Matthew is slow playing a little bit and it's working for him, so I don't hate it. England gets into Denmark, which is nice for Jaden. France moves up to mid-Atlantic and Micah gets into Berlin. Micah is basically racing for the center of the board because whoever's in Munich or Berlin has a good chance of surviving. I don't see a world where both Germany and Austria survive, but I can see a world where one of them does.
I can see an argument that Micah is still janissarying. Matthew's just taking as she's like the center count's the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just doing exactly what McAllis was saying before, making sure Micah can't build.
Yeah.
It's janissary management. Like you certainly don't want Micah building, and you can now take Serbia when you need it as well. You've got Warsaw in pocket. It's just all very nice.
Yeah. So my greedy self would be like, let's do Serbia, let's do Warsaw, but maybe even Romania at the same time. But maybe this is a better way to do it.
Oh, build a little smiley face builds for Turkey there.
I think those builds too.
That's your. You should be smiling in this position.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that makes a lot of sense as well. I don't think anyone realistically was stopping Turkey anymore.
That'll be interesting though, because I'm not sure exactly what he needed to pass Justin, but those are 30 points he's leaving on the board from the three centers he could have got. I mean, he probably could have gotten Trieste too if he'd taken a few years to do it.
Yeah, or maybe he just wanted to preserve relations with Micah, not to.
Oh yeah, and he might not need it either. I'm not exactly sure how the standings look.
I don't actually believe either of them have a top that wasn't from their solo before. So I think that this being his first non-solo top is a big chunk of points in his favor as a result.
Well, congratulations to Matthew Tatanchi. Very, very dominant performance this game. Good tactics, good alliance management, good Janissary management, just all around well played game. All right, well, let's move on to our final game of the night. Ben, I'm going to have you take the lead on this one as we close out our broadcast. Lockheed, BDL 209.
All right, we've got Christian Brown in this one, which I'm not sure how that bodes given that he replaced into the other one. I'm not sure if they were at the same time or if this was, and it's probably better not to know whether this was the late round. This was certainly the late round, but I'm not sure what the last one was. We've got Zoe in England. I'm not sure. Looks like they have played before in VDL at least once.
She's Australian, I believe.
Okay. We got Doug Malott, a former DBNI top board player, I believe, out of Mexico, and actually 5th in the league this year. So another top player on the board here, along with Justin, who's just, I love it. He's in first. He's taking every opportunity to play as many games as possible. We got Isaac Jukes in Germany, Jamie Leonard in Italy, and Varmint back from the other league coming into this one for the first time this year.
This is a great group of players, but also it's going to be really fun to see this from we've got our two first and second place playing the same rounds, opposite boards, perhaps racing each other for that final board top. So this does come down to a little bit of a race between the boards here, and this will be fun to watch.
And Dark, of course, is really playing for seeding and to try and make sure he stays in the top 7. And Christian's only just outside of it, so a big score for Christian could put him in.
Yeah, and Christian double boarding is what the comments said. So
right. All right. So we have Doug opening with the, go for Iberia and give yourself a chance at 3 opening. England's pretty standard, as well as pretty much everyone except Austria goes to block off Trieste rather than bouncing Galicia. So we'll see how that relationship develops between Christian and Jamie. Then we have Russia, everyone wanting Russia and Romania. Turkey brings the fleet out, and Germany is the one to get 3, not France, while Justin looks like he's setting up for a northern. He opened north to start. I missed. And looking up like he's setting up for a northern build, which is probably what caused this combo to Norway.
Yeah, so I know Isaac is someone who is very open to the deal where Germany gets 3 and puts 2 fleets down with it. I wouldn't be shocked if that's what he's pitched to Dard, and Dard's gone, yeah, sure. And so that this would be some sort of FGR, and Zoe is the target of all of them. It would certainly fit with the Russian builds as well. Oh, Russian moves rather.
Now it looks like we see the one fleet, but the one fleet in Brest from France too makes it look like it could be an FG, but not with the extra fleet.
Yeah, that could have done a lot worse for Zoe. You could have just seen 2 fleets go down and a fleet St. Pete North Coast. So that's not the worst of builds phases for her. Going into spring of 02, it looks like she has Germany sort of on side. Germany taps Sweden, which helps her defend Norway. Germany has moved to Helgoland as well, and so even though there's a bounce in Burgundy, it's unclear. I think everyone's sort of playing both sides at the moment, and fall is likely to be when you really get a read on what's actually happening. The South, meanwhile, looks like strong AR cooperation against Turkey, but not an AIR because Italy is convoying to Albania and going to Apulia, which is something else you do not see a lot of these days. It's been a while since we last saw Italy doing an attack on Austria in this manner. Used to be very common in extended deadline and Lepantos that have failed, so it's cool to see, and we'll see how Jamie makes this one work or not work.
That question will be whether Jamie has an ally in this and whether they can cooperate with someone on it, or if it's sort of a solo shot.
Well, you'd think they should have an ally in Turkey. It's just the case of IT cooperation when Turkey has 2 fleets and they're both in the Med is difficult,
Right.
but it's not impossible. It looks like he does have an ally in Turkey, and it looks like they've also flipped Russia. So Russia comes down to Galicia, doesn't help Christian defend Bulgaria, which means that Christian loses Bul and Greece. Painful turn for him. Might be seeing why he's double boarding and choosing to sub into another game. Other than that, we see Russia does take Norway, Germany takes North Sea, and yeah, this is an all-out attack on England from all of them. France attempts to convoy into Wales, but their convoy is dislodged as England moves north to English Channel, so good bit of defensive work from Zoe there. The downside, of course, is that Liverpool is vulnerable, but not doomed, as they have convoyed back, recognising that Norway was not holdable. So decent defensive work from Zoe.
Difficult pull, but it's got to happen.
And as I said earlier, England at this point has to choose who they want to punish. Which of their attackers, and it ain't going to be Russia because you've already chosen not to punish them, do you want to deny the builds to? And it's probably easier to deny them to France here, so I wouldn't be shocked to see Norwegian Sea be that disband.
Yep. So going into spring of 2003, we get a German convoy into Yorkshire, whereas Middle Atlantic does not make it into English Channel because London prioritizes, as you said, blocking off the French advance. Munich is now into Tyrolia, so the FG are making it across the line and potentially giving Italy some problems going forward here. But Italy is making major gains into, actually, Italy, Turkey, and Russia are all making gains into Austria, taking centers.
Yes, so this is...
Sorry, and Russia slid to Skagerrak, which is making it look like Germany may be their next target.
Which was well read by Isaac, who bounced Sweden and blocked that attack for now. Yeah, I mean, Christian had 3 units all piffed because of Albania, which is quite a harsh turn. This RIT is making very quick progress, and now the interesting thing will be what comes next. Those Turkish fleet positions don't suggest that Turkey wants an IT. They're not something Turkey should want, or Italy should want, but also Russia's in Black Sea, which isn't great for a juggernaut from this position. So any of the alliances have some stuff to work out on how to clean up into a more straightforward two-way from here.
Looks like they might not have been quite on the same page. Did Romania support Greece into Serbia rather than Bulgaria?
Yes, it did.
Hmm.
So maybe a wintergreen is what Russia's looking for, and I think that's the alliance that has the least problems in terms of unit position as well. So it would make sense for both of them.
See if Italy gets on board.
Just one more thing. Looks like Justin's saying that Skag was asked for.
Interesting.
But why?
Yeah,
Well,
by Germany or by France?
I mean, the implication was definitely that it was by Isaac. I just don't understand why Isaac.
No, I understand, but yeah, you would think that only if you were looking to make some moves there. But it goes right back, so maybe just playing games. But now Isaac is getting Vienna as well, while France is getting blocked out of Venice. So gains for but good defense in England. What happened there? Wait, good. It cut Yorkshire and blocked Edinburgh. Nice moves.
Nice.
And
I mean,
yeah,
what's more devastating than being attacked by Russia, Italy, and Turkey as Austria? Germany joining in and taking Vienna. So somehow Christian found another neighbor to come and take a dot from him at the end there.
I just feel like they're like dudes on 2 boards. He doesn't have time to coordinate for us. Let's just let him focus on one game. We'll do him a favor.
and a favor where we all take dots. That's my kind of favor.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the second turn Zoe's done some really good defense. So well done. Good credit to her.
Yeah, I don't think it's sustainable. I don't even see a diplomatic pitch to really make that I think would be very effective. But I love seeing it. Great defense. That's good practice for a different diplomatic situation. We can maybe make
I mean,
it.
you can tell Doug he can have Liverpool, and you move in position to take Edinburgh back. And you just try to make some pitch where you're going to give him one, and that's going to keep him from taking the rest of it. But who knows if he actually buys that.
All right, spring of 04, we see the first signs of a likely wintergreen. It turns out there weren't enough armies piffed in Austria last year, so we're going to add some more this turn. Russia now piffs the German in Vienna. Cool. France has backed out of that little attack on Italy and is going back home. And France has convoyed successfully into Wales, which will be the death knell for England. You can maybe survive one hostile army on there, but two hostile armies is pretty much game over. North Sea, interestingly, chooses to retreat to Holland rather than Edinburgh, which was wide open and quite safe to retreat to. So that's a surprising decision from Isaac there. And Russia's in Silesia, but apparently Germany just invites Russia to come and sit in territories they should never be in as part of an alliance. So maybe that's friendly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Russia is making a move on Germany, given Vienna and Silesia, but they would have had a pretty devastating attack if they had gone to Baltic and Norway down to Sweden. They don't do that. So who knows if it's a full-on attack or if Justin's just negotiating. I don't know if it's all invited. Yeah, it is an attack. Never mind, but it's your turn.
It is an attack, but it's not all gone well for Justin, who, even though he gets into Berlin and successfully supports England, so he's not dead yet, into Denmark, who has lost Romania, and it's turned into what looks like a pretty solid IT. Russia, the key move there is that Vienna supported a unit to Tiroli. It's not the one that moved there. So Russia was expecting a disengagement in that area, and instead Italy's put 2 on Vienna. So that cannot have been what Justin was expecting. And with Turkey pulling the fleets up to Black Sea and Con, this is a much better IT position now. We started with a lot of ITs. Maybe we're going to end with another one. France is the winner in England for the moment. It was the first one to get a build out of it, which is nice for them. And Isaac is in a pretty tough position, having lost Denmark.
Yeah, Italy is going to be in the better position initially in this IT, but they've got more to deal with the French possibly coming after them here because they're going to have to build in Marseille. So it's going to be a little bit possible for Jamie to get stretched out here. Oh, didn't even build a fleet.
I get that. I get that. I think if you're going on an IT, you're going after those Austrian dots right now. So Vienna and Budapest are what you're aiming for.
You're trying to deal with France diplomatically, but it is a tricky position to be in because you're vulnerable in the Mediterranean. Although I suppose England could still give French problems if they dove too hard south.
Yeah, and Albania can come back. So Tunis isn't vulnerable immediately. So I like this decision.
And it's working out too. Italy manages to take Vienna while Turkey comes into Budapest. It's almost like Austria is getting killed twice. And Albania starts to move back into the Med, Ionian, whereas France really commits north, surrounds London, so they'll be able to take it in the fall, and it moves into Ruhr to get position on Germany. So France is really running away with the middle of the board, especially given that Russia's under a major attack now as well.
Yeah, Russia's pulled Vienna off when it did have retreats, and maybe they forgot they could retreat to Bohemia there, and they were worried about double retreating to Gal and blowing both of them up. But yeah, there was definitely a safe space to retreat both those units, and I don't really understand why you'd pull Vienna, though it does make it to be the, I believe, 5th unit in 3 years to be pulled off the board in the Austria region.
So then we do see France take London, but also Belgium. Germany doesn't react backwards in any way, but tries to hold Berlin. unsuccessfully because England taps Kiel to allow Russia in. Italy is pretty stagnant except for supporting Bulgaria up to Romania, which is a positive, sort of a positive alliance move, but not quite because Khan goes to South Coast when it could have gone to East Coast, but that'll allow it to set up bounces, I suppose.
Well, I mean, Budapest has tried to take Vienna, which doesn't suggest pro-Italy sentiments.
You're right.
Yeah, maybe this is all a feint, but I don't think so. It looks like Russia was actually supporting both of them against each other. So Gao supported Budapest to Vienna, but Ukraine, I think, supported Serbia to Romania there. Rustin just trying to hope that one of them breaks in that alliance, and he may have got it out of Turkey.
Given that it's a fleet in Bulgaria, as long as Germany doesn't mess with Italy, they can defend Vienna and they can defend Serbia, right? So it's not really a great attacking position. I guess the question is, do you defend Greece or do you defend Aegean? But look at the fleet being built in Rome, not Naples. So,
yeah, maybe it was arranged. Maybe Vienna was some sort of theater and they were trying to get a Russian disband, maybe hoping Russia would disband favorably towards them because he thought they were fighting. So, spring of 06, we see IT progressing up to Galicia. Cool, makes sense. Once again, we see this sort of IT position where Italy's fleets aren't going west. And given how successful France is being in the west, maybe they should be going west. France takes Holland. France takes North Sea. France is looking very set to take Edinburgh and potentially parts of Scandinavia. Germany is being killed by death by 1,000 cuts here as England now piffs Kiel with Russian support. Munich's under a lot of threat, but isn't yet guaranteed to fall unless Russia puts Italy in, which maybe they will. Who knows? That's it. And Italy stabs. All right. So whether it was theatre or not last turn, I think we can safely say this is not theatre. So Italy blows up Budapest. That can join the list of the many armies. Turns out all armies go to Austria to die. That's the moral of this game. And Russia takes Romania with Italian support, which means that Turkey is down 2. One of them's already pulled off the board. The other's going to be a pretty painful disband. The fleets have come east, and France has not sent fleets into the Med. Of course, France has walked into Edinburgh and has Holland, and still has Spain sat there. So France can come into the Med very strongly should they choose to. And given that this is 1906, this is the sort of position that French solos come out of, especially if Italy gets bogged down fighting Turkey.
Yeah, I would have hoped that if Italy did this, they really agreed with Justin that he would build in the north and combat France in the north, because this is a very dominant French position. Build an army in the north. And
I suppose the argument is a fleet won't actually get anywhere, so
right.
Just
the defense is just as good as the offense. Well, it'd be interesting to see. Well, let's just see. So, Italy continues towards Turkey, but doesn't make any progress, though Russia does get into Ukraine. France is really making their move now into Western Med and chooses to block Piedmont instead of going to Lyon, which I think works pretty well. More fleets are coming around from Norwegian, and France is making their move towards the German home centers. Takes Munich, and England is kicked out of both centers that they're still in by sort of everyone.
And Russia is supporting France forward now. Having worked with England to kill Germany off, they put Germany back into Kiel to get France into 2 dots. Justin is playing a very dangerous game here. This is only 1907. This is full on solo watch.
So now Justin goes for Sweden rather than worrying about Denmark at all, and Germany and England pop the French. What a complicated set of back and forths there in Denmark. Russia loses
Maybe it
Romania.
was a ploy. Maybe they were just trying to lure Darg into out of position so they could knock him back. I mean, they've lost them.
Yes, now he's got to build backwards again. I guess the IT is back on because Italy's putting Bulgaria into Romania, and blocking Tunis while they bring their Apulia fleet around to combat these two French fleets. Interestingly, Doug has prioritized the north over the south by moving North Atlantic to Norwegian instead of Mid-Atlantic.
Oh yeah, and the sort of solo path that Doug's on, Tunis is the 18th, and it doesn't look great for him to get Tunis if the IT get back together, but he may have gone, well, if they're fighting, I can take that late on and try and take as much in the north as fast as possible. Be really interesting to see what he does with these builds. I think Fleet Brest, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for just trying to secure all of that north and not worry about the south so much.
I was about to say, it's one of those situations where in a time unlimited game, you'd probably go straight for Tunis and you could take the north later, but it's not a situation where you can take the north quickly. So it's a little harder to see the solo than it would be if there's no clock on the game.
I also think that if you're going for the solo, you build double fleets and you worry about the center of the board last and just try and shove Scandinavia and shove the Med at this stage. And maybe IT getting back together was enough for him to go, you know what, that's probably not going to work. I'll take this draw.
It's a good score for Doug.
Ends on top, 11 center, nice gap. This is a good result for Doug, showing once again why he was one of the top players last season, and no rust in this game, that's for sure.
I think it's fair to say he's one of the best players this season, too, at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Ben, let you close this one out. What's the main story?
Do we have standings, Brian?
I don't know if they are going to be accurate, but we are going to check because I know we had some of the math problems with the fourth score. But let's take a look. But I was going to just have Ben close out this game. So
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great position by Doug. It was a great move by Doug to realize when he didn't need any allies and to get the dots both from England and from Germany rather than having one stick around on his side and prevent him from getting forward. The IT just had too many, they had to split everything. And by the time Italy tried to make the move, it was not fast enough to combat Doug.
Yeah.
Alice?
Yeah, I think Italy, the thing in an IT is that you're supposed to go west relatively early on to stop France doing this. And Italy missed the boat on attacking France, saw France was so big and was like, well, I need to attack Turkey for my top. But that didn't work either because France was already too far ahead. But it was a really nicely played IT as well. And I think all three of them will be pretty happy with their games. And Justin will be, having gone up and down and up and down and up and down, will probably be quite relieved to have recovered from a couple of brutal positions.
Well, Ben, Nicholas, thank you both for broadcasting tonight. Nicholas, you in particular for doing marathon 3 broadcasts in a weekend. That is, I believe, a DBN record outside of the DBNI itself. So thank you. And I'd like to thank everyone else for watching. Let's take a look and see if we've got some standings. Giant caveats. I don't know whether or not this math is correct. But the top probably is. So we will go ahead and display that. Here we go.
Ooh, Matthew moves into first place.
Matthew Tatanchi moving up to overtake Justin Lohr for first place. Jordan Connors at 4. This is the one that I'm not sure if that score is correct.
Yeah, I think Jordan, because he hasn't played 5 games, gets half of his average for the other one, so it's probably a bit lower.
Yeah. Ben and McCallus still showing 402 at the tie, so don't know if that's accurate, but
it is.
Yeah.
I did the maths. That one is accurate.
All right, so glad you're both on. This will be fun. And then we've got Doug Malott moving up overtaking, I don't remember who, but moving into 6th. Jamal at 7, Brandon Dix 8, Christian Brown 9, Marcus Lone at 10. And then we'll take a quick look at our next one. Jason Gray, Super Wordy, Micah Blom, Christopher Ward, Karsten, Brett Futenhauer, Isaac Jukes, Robert Hillier, Jason Bennett, Cody Green, Patrick Jacobson. Anywhere you see a 4, that's one where the score is potentially incorrect. So we will see if we can get this updated before our final game of the season. But we've got some that's a great way to set up before our final game. Just a reminder for everyone, the winner of the regular season of the Virtual Diplomacy League will have an automatic qualification to the Diplomacy Broadcast Invitational in February. And then their top 7 will play for the championship. And that game is typically played in January. That game, the winner of that game will be the VDL champion and will also receive an automatic invitation. Anything either of you would like to close out for the night?
Shaping up to be a really interesting top board. I'm excited about it and excited to play with. I haven't played with all of those players before. I'm assuming. I guess I could get knocked off if everyone comes and plays the last week and has great scores. So, go for it. Please, everyone play at the end of the season and all season, right? Just one more day left. Did we announce the date of it yet?
Let's see. I believe the December game is scheduled for
December 14th.
December 14th.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, I combed through the league charter earlier, searching the entire document, and nowhere does it say what the tiebreaker is. So from what I can read, unless Zach has hidden it away somewhere else, we'll be tossing a coin to see which of me or Ben actually is higher seeded.
Yeah, let's. I can tell you from experience, Zach does like coin flips. So
Should we do rock, paper, scissors, or I don't know.
he likes commissioner's choice. So, all right. Thank you both. Thank you all for watching. Stout Beer. Yes, nice guys play evil games, and we've got. Thanks again for the stream. So thank you for watching. Thanks for the broadcast. Really appreciate everybody. Thank you all, especially those of you who were able to join us in Dip Chat. Hope you have a great evening, and I hope that you all stay safe. Step well.